Hello, and good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, as it may be on this beautiful Friday. I am David Teicher, Chief Content Officer here at Brand Innovators, and we are once again thrilled to have you joining us for what is now the third iteration, the third in our series of the Brand Innovators Sports Marketing Upfronts. Today's edition is all about soccer. We have a fantastic program for you guys today in just a minute. If you're not familiar, we launched our sports marketing program back at the Super Bowl in Minneapolis a number of years ago. We then, since we're in Atlanta for the Super Bowl, and most recently at the Miami Super Bowl with Burger King hosting us as our last marquee and tentpole event prior to the pandemic. And we're hoping to be back in the real world soon enough. But until then, we're thrilled to have you with us virtually. We, as I said, have an amazing program for you today. We're covering all things sports marketing with an emphasis on soccer, FIFA, MLS, and the NWSL. We have a fantastic group of sports marketers coming today, participating in these conversations from Verizon, Audi of America, Wells Fargo, Nationwide, Ally, EA Sports, Danone, AB InBev, PayPal, Intel, and PepsiCo, among others. A fantastic group of moderators as well. And we are also honored to have two very special guest speakers, Alan Rothenberg, the chairman of Premier Partnerships and the founder and unofficial godfather of American soccer and the MLS, and Lisa Baird, the commissioner of the National Women's Soccer League, both joining us today. Super excited for them. A quick reminder, we do allocate time for audience questions. So if you have questions for our speakers, for our panelists today, please submit those. Don't be shy. Make sure you get those in, and we'll do our best to get to as many of your questions as possible. If you're going to be tweeting or posting on LinkedIn along with today's content, please be sure to use the hashtag #BILivecast. And with that, before we kick off, we've got a quick sizzle reel for you, a little bit of a recap on what we've been up to on the Brand Innovator side. So we can go ahead and play that video. Maybe. During South by Southwest, I believe it's our biggest activation, a clubhouse of sorts for all the brand marketers that descend on Austin. Great food, great people, great conversations. And unfortunately, for the second year in a row, we can't be in Austin right now, but we are thrilled to be here with you guys virtually. This is our first ever 4-day summit, the Brand Innovators Trend Watch event.
Using fresh ingredients, it's really very important to have a great cocktail. 3/4 of 1 ounce. Voila. Ladies and gentlemen, let's raise our glass. Salute!
One of the challenges in the pandemic was, of course, so much of our business came through the drive-through. A higher percentage would come into our shops because they wanted that experience. Well, how can we interject over the long term that experiential component into our drive-through, into digital, into other components of our business? We have relied on that shop experience. Then the question becomes, how do you up that experience and make it unique in a bunch of different channels?
That's been, marketing since the dawn of time, but now it's that we can do it in a one-on-one scale if we have the right tools, if we have the right data, which just means we need to think about it in new, different ways.
What we continue to do is stay very close to our guests, like what's happening right now in pop culture, not what happened, 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago, and basically open up a whole avenue that we call internally as live advertising. It's really understanding what's happening in society currently, like today, right now.
When Pizza Hut was at its best, we were also on the forefront of innovation. And last year we were able to bring to market the first plant-based pizza launched nationally by any pizza player in the U.S. with our partnership with Beyond.
We have a lot of really strong, great marketing talent out in the various markets that really understand what's going on at the local level and can help kind of take what we know about the brand at kind of macro level, but bring it to life in such a locally relevant way.
The role of consumer marketing is to figure out ways in which we can increase the percentage of people who say, you know what, there's a community for me on Reddit. This is a relevant product for me. It starts to become a daily habit and something that they're finding value in. every single day.
We did disrupt the industry and we disrupted an experience. And I think we're still innovating in those areas, especially in results, to the pandemic of how we're reaching consumers and how they're shopping and virtual appointments and how we're connecting with them.
Most consumers today want to invest in brands that are doing good in the world.
As we think about DEI, it's not just people of color, it's people in the, LGBTQ plus community, people with different abilities. As we think about our Asian brothers and sisters and what they're going through at a time like this, companies really have to pause and really embrace their internal employees. And so a lot of the work that needs to start has to and must start internally.
Diversity is a fact. It's just representation. It's who we are. It's identity. Everyone is diverse. Inclusion is a choice. It's a choice that is often made by the person including versus the person needing to be included. So there's already privilege in that equation. All of us can remember a time where we haven't belonged and what that feels like, and also know what belonging needs to feel like and should feel like and connect to it. And so it is a universal concept. It transcends all people. It is directly connected to humanity.
In the face of such hate and in the face of such violence, if what the Me Too movement, if what Black Lives Matter taught us was that this is a worthy fight, worthy of our time, worthy of our attention. And this is not just our fight. This is a cultural awakening that's been happening for a few years now. We have to continue to fight for a better future so then the people that come after us don't have to have the same conversations. They can have a different conversation.
It really takes that breaking through to the other side of bringing together a coalition of allies across all communities for us to kind of break out of the echo chamber and really turn this into a national movement. And I'm so grateful for this space where we can have that community as members and allies.
This is a really important time for brands to step forward. This is not a time to call it play it safe and be unheard, unseen. You've got to be seen, you've got to be visible.
With the cultural demographic shift that's happening in this country, more and more people are asking those questions. What is it the brand is doing and what are they standing for and how are you showing up? So engaging with the consumer and leading by example is incredibly important.
All right, and with that, I am thrilled to bring on two of today's co-chairs, two of our sports marketing upfront committee members, and my guest co-MCs for today. We have Kieran Foley, the head of partnerships, brand and strategy at Danone, and Matt Davis, the head of sports marketing at Anheuser-Busch InBev. So let's welcome Kieran and Matt. They're going to share a little bit of welcome remarks, and then we're going to kick off the rest of the program. So the virtual stage is yours, my friends. Take it off. Take it over.
Really appreciate that, David. Great to be here. We have a really exciting lineup today. And just as you said, based on the Brand Innovators community, we've launched a sports marketing upfront. Its mission is really to bring all of the lead brands to kind of come together and learn and share about how they're leveraging sports and entertainment properties so that we can continue to support and drive value in the sponsorships today, especially in the ever-changing environment that we have. It's an exciting time of growth for soccer, in particular in the U.S. Both the NWSL and the MLS, with soccer up about double digits, depending on the metrics you're looking at. And NWSL alone is up almost 500% in viewership. Additionally, ownership in the NWSL is also expanding, Ovechkin being one of the more recent with the Washington Spirit. And what I think this shows is that it's really at the crossroads of what we found to be successful in sports between the sport itself, entertainment, and lifestyle. And with that foundation set, I really believe that the upwards trend in soccer is here to stay. The lineup today, as you mentioned, is really exciting. I'm looking forward to a lot of the great conversations. We have Jill Crest with PayPal, we have Courtney with Minute Media, and then Carrie on my team, who oversees Ultra and the MLS, is also going to be here. And I think there's going to be a lot of really great learnings so we can see how soccer ecosystem can continue to evolve, bring some of that excitement and that engagement with the local fan bases, and seeing the sport continue to grow.
Just want to echo what Matt is saying. Obviously, it's an honor to be involved here today as a co-chair between myself and Matt. My own experience with Brand Innovators has been very positive, and I know what they're trying to do, as David pointed out, really bring together brands with some major rights owners and rights properties, especially in the sports areas. This this segue is talking to. So it's really great, especially within our own industry as brands, to understand what are the best ways to maneuver, how do we program, how do we react to different markets, how do we lead the conversation. So it's been great. Knowing that there's going to be it kicked off with the NFL, we're looking at their brand innovators are looking at trying to program across the 6 major sports programmings, and soccer is the next one up. So Matt and I have the honor and the privilege of co-chairing this for this iteration. As Matt and David have pointed out, it's going to be really exciting. Some of the people you're going to hear from today and some of the brands, the opportunities that are going out there for brands as well. But just to see the growth of the game, the international game, where, I mean, I think it was 1930, I was doing my research, where America actually got to the semi-final of the World Cup and lost to Argentina. Now that was, I think, was being held in Uruguay, one of the first iterations of the game. But since then, you know, it's grown, and now there's a question mark about where it is, and we're going to be speaking to Alan about some of his thoughts on that as one of the godfathers of football in the States. You'll excuse me for using the word football throughout this as European. We can have that debate, I'm sure, on this. But the brand developments, we have some of the biggest brands in the country and globally on what they're trying to do. In fact, only a few hours ago, there was a release from MasterCard, who are a new partner of the NWSL. So congratulations to both of those. And we'll be hearing from Lisa a little bit later on. Knowing the FIFA World Cup is coming up here in 2026, we'd love to talk to brands about what they're planning to do, how they're trying to program, speaking to people like Alan and Lisa about the legacy that needs to be done, as well as the development of the game, because unless this game is successful and it grows, as Matt pointed out, the success of the women's soccer here and what they stand for so much more than just media values on society. When you see players and administrators going to Congress and the president speaking about societal issues, you see it transcends sport. So as brands, we're keen to understand how does that program with our consumers and how do we speak to people. So we're going to be very excited, and that kind of for today, and that leads us into our first conversation, which is with a gentleman that I think I mentioned earlier being the godfather of sport, if you will. His legacy is huge. His CV is beyond impressive. He's currently the chairman of Premier Partnerships, but he is a gentleman who has been awarded the FIFA Order of Merit in 2006. He stands in the National US Hall of Fame for soccer, which he was awarded in 2007. He was one of the creators of the MLS. He sat on the World Cup committees. He chaired with programming on how the 94 World Cup would come in and the 99 Women's World Cup, where I think everybody will remember that moment when the penalty shootout, when they beat China. So that was, an incredible feat. And dare I say it, I know it was the second time, I believe it was the second time that the women won the Women's World Cup, but dare I say it was almost like a defining moment for women's soccer. I mean, you can still remember the celebrations. They rip off the jersey and they're running over for all together after winning the shootout. Those kind of things are iconic, and they are what kick on things. So what I wanted to do was welcome the godfather of football in America, in my opinion, Alan Rothenberg. Alan, how are you, sir?
I'm great. Thank you very much. And you're one of the few people that remember that there was a prior World Cup. They didn't even call it that. When they started the first Women's World Cup in 1991, they stuck it as far away in China as they could. I think it was in Guangzhou. And they didn't even call it at that time a World Cup. Later they gave it that name, but doesn't matter because the United States won that one. And obviously it's going on since then to be the dominant force in women's soccer or football, as you say.
Yeah, they have been. I mean, and it's an interesting story. Alan and I, we caught up yesterday in preparation for this. And when I was growing up in Ireland playing football myself, we used to look at the US and the success. I won't refer to the 1930 success because I can't remember that one. But certainly in 2002, when they got to the quarterfinals in South Korea and they were edged by Germany, I mean, they had an awful strong team and it looked, the MLS was kicking off and it looked like the trajectory was going in that direction. And it was kind of obvious that that the US within 20 years would be a powerhouse. Now, that hasn't exactly materialized, but the plans on which it was embedded were really solid. And you were one of the key architects in that. And I think it's coming up to a pivotal point now with the World Cup being here again in 26. Love to know your thoughts on that, Alan, and where the plans were when you were in the hot zone when this was all kicking off.
Well, when it was all kicking off, everything was a hot zone. I remember at that time, and to a certain extent, you may be alluding to it again, everybody said soccer is the sport of the future in the United States, obviously. And they kept saying it's around the corner, but the block kept getting longer and longer till we could get around the corner. Probably the challenge that the United States on the men's side have in becoming that competitive force you're talking about is the dispersion of our talent. Almost every other major country has a national headquarters, and they get their teams together, or they have an academy. And if not the national association, the major clubs have that. And so the development of talent is pretty much concentrated. The local grassroots explosion of soccer in the United States obviously has been terrific. And from a marketer standpoint, it's great because there's so many new people that are prospective consumers, and you can't beat that. On the other hand, it's so concentrated in local state associations or local clubs, and you frankly need much more concentration. The United States Soccer Federation made an attempt to have a national academy, but they've now abandoned that. To me, the future is going to be MLS clubs with their academies, because in those cases, economics to the player, to the families that have a son or daughter, are going to be non-existent, because the clubs just want to develop the best talent they can, and they aren't trying to make money directly on the academy, which is contrary to the local clubs who want to make sure that anybody that participates pays. They may have a scholarship here and there, but by and large, it's a pay to play program, and that obviously leaves out a huge segment of society. And in fact, with few exceptions, most sports are dominated by athletes who come from the lower classes, from the poorer communities. And so by doing the pay to play, we really are leaving out that group of people, and they're vital to the growth of the sport in this country. The other part that's a challenge is that, and we talked about this yesterday, if you look on the men's side, for sure, the dominant teams recently in World Cups have been what? Germany, Spain. Guess what? In Germany, 8 out of, I think, of their starters came through the Bayern Munich system. So they were familiar with each other. They had played years and years and years, the same style, and individually they knew each other's instincts. In Spain, it was almost all from either Real Madrid or Barcelona. And again, you had basically 5 or 6 players who grew up together and were cohesive. And actually they played similar styles, so it was easy. The problem we have right now in the United States is that our talent is dispersed. Some are playing on MLS teams, some are playing abroad, but they're not concentrated in one area. And so when we have a competition, they're brought together for a few weeks, and it's an all-star team, but they haven't played together. People forget, in 1994, when we surprised everybody by making it to the quarterfinals, and only got eliminated by the ultimate champion Brazil in a very tight 1-0 game. That team had played together for 18 months because at that time, foreign teams were not accepting United States talent. I think we had one player who had a third division opportunity in Germany and one in a first division team in Mexico. Other than that, we couldn't get anybody to play abroad. So we set up a resident camp, and for 18 months, that group played together, and therefore we overperformed. The core of that group also carried forward when you talked about 2002. We were a horrible disappointment in 98. But by 2002, again, the core group, they knew each other. They had played together. Now it's the difficulty is what I described. But anyway, back to the final part of that is that I think the MLS academies are going to be the answer, and we'll get there. It may not, I don't know if it's 20 years, but we'll get there.
No, I mean,
right now we got a lot of talent, maybe the best pool of talents I've seen in my whole time. They're dispersed. We got to see when we pull them together for these competitions right now to qualify and then ultimately to play in the World Cup, whether they come together. And if so, I think we'll surprise people.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you in that I last night paid $4,500 for my son to play football next year at 12 years old. Now, I tell my mates in Ireland this, and one of them is a director of an academy, one of the bigger academies. They charge €50 for 6 months. Just thinking to myself, where in God's name does this work? Because when you look at the Messis and Pele, they come from Falavelas. They did not grow up paying $5,000 for this or that. Messi wasn't even able to afford medicine for his growth challenges. So, I mean, I could not agree with you more that it's kind of, and that for me has always been the reasoning when I've been in this country trying to figure out why are you not in the semi-final? Why are you not competing with Germany, Spain, Italy? Because you should be, because you do have the talent and you have, enough, you have the mass. So it should be the same as the Olympics type thing. So I think it's a super interesting concept that you're talking about with the MLS academies. I mean, it falls into, especially when we're talking about the women's game, and only today, as was mentioned earlier, MasterCard signing up with the NWSL, and you see the growth of that and how it's almost mirroring the MLS. When you started, there were so many teams, and you had to have it as it's a closed league, which is, we'll get to that in a little bit because that's going to be a conversation, especially with the Super League. But the reality that, you had to build it, you had to program it, you had to make sure that cities were behind it and that it grew and you gave it room to grow. But with the NWSL, they're in a great position where they're on the back of, as you say, amazing success in the national team women's. But what's going to be interesting, going to your point about players being dragged away, is that in Europe, UEFA have now upped the ante and put $24 million on an annual budget into their European competition. You see the Women's Super League in both in England and in Spain putting serious money behind their teams. Now, the gulf in the difference between the top teams and some of those lower level teams in the top leagues in England seems to be pretty stark. Like Chelsea, I think, won their last game 7-0 or 7-1, Chelsea women's team, to win the league. But themselves, Man City, they're taking the best players up from here, like Rose Lavelle, who I just think she's one of the best players I've ever seen. She's just an awesome player. They're going over there. And I'm wondering, what will that do? And I'm thinking about it from a brand perspective, because obviously it's going to affect the league. But from a brand perspective, when we get involved in football over here, but because people follow players now, and our players, is it that our best players are going to go where the money is and go to those bigger leagues? And as a result, we might not be well invested? Or, I'd love to know your thoughts on that.
I'm happy to share them. I think we also should be talking to Lisa later about the challenge.
I want to put her on the spot.
In some ways, what I described for the men, this is the absolute opposite. The United States got a head start on the rest of the world, primarily, frankly, due to Title IX in women's sports. And so we started at the top. And really, when you look at the early years, it was the United States, the Nordic countries, and Germany. Quickly, Japan and China jumped on board, and then shortly thereafter, Brazil. But so many of the traditional soccer powers, particularly in the Mediterranean countries, the South American countries, their cultures did not advance women's equality. And so we started on top, we're still on top. But now, as you indicated, the rest of the world is saying, hey, we want to get on board, we want to do this. And some of those clubs have enormous funds. And therefore, just as MLS has the difficulty of keeping their best players because the wealthy European clubs offer them too much for them to resist, I think the challenge to the NWSL will be a comparable one, that, okay, now we've done so well and we have great players and we're in terrific shape, but those players, how can you ask them to turn down really, really lucrative salaries just out of loyalty to their current club or to the country? And so it's all good, but the challenge is, as they say, just the opposite of what it is for the MLS.
You were one of the main organizers around the World Cup here in '94. I mean, I'm sure there's a good deal of reminiscence when you see the 26 coming around here. What advice would you have for brands, not only leading up in terms of time and how they should do and what they should do, but also in terms of legacy, so that we understand that it's not just a 1 month event, but that this has real opportunity for brands to program, own a positioning, be super relevant, especially in today's society where if you're not relevant, you're nothing. What would you say to brands who are looking at this, the World Cup, and 26 coming around the corner?
You mentioned at the beginning the growth of soccer. It's going to continue. For a brand to look at it as a one-off is the loss of an opportunity. And in some ways, they're foolish to buy a World Cup sponsorship if it's just, okay, we're going to take advantage of the big TV audience in 26, but that's it. What they need to have is a relationship. And obviously, today, as you know better than I do even, brands are more interested in connecting with their consumers than they are just getting their name known. And so the beauty also of something like the World Cup is you've got many years to build up. So if you commit now to the sponsorship for 26 and beyond, if that's possible, you can develop a long-term program that not only gives you the benefit of the exposure at the event, but a day-to-day relationship with your consumers as you build up to the event and then thereafter. And so I think that's what's unique about the World Cup, whether it's men's or women's, is the opportunity to kind of highlight and have the apex of your program. But you got to get into it early. You're going to want to come up with programs for hospitality, obviously. That's another reason to do it in advance. So many of the brands want to do it to talk to their consumers or talk to their vendors or suppliers, whoever's most important to them. And they want to have hospitality programs where you can't wait until a few months before the event to decide, okay, I'm going to do a hospitality program because the best venues have already been picked off and exploited by your competitors. And so you're going to have a second-rate hospitality program. So planning in advance and then sticking with it and building as you go. I mean, again, it would be foolish, I think, for a brand to just buy the World Cup without at the same time talking to the NWSL or in MLS and the U.S. national teams about some kind of sponsorship so that they own the sport, if you will, rather than just cherry pick one piece or another. Now, they might, there are certain endemic brands, particularly to women's soccer, that they might want to overspend there. But the fact of the matter is, the more they promote the sport at all levels, the more benefit they're going to get.
It's interesting, you know, and it's going back to the point we brought up earlier, especially with the NWSL and women's soccer in general. But when you look at the evolution of sport, and not just soccer here, but in general, and brands being involved in it, I mean, you would have kicked off with field boards, and then we would have been, and even with the NBA, it's only recent where you have patch on the jersey, on the front of the jersey, or you know,
I will put a plug in for MLS, because we were the first American sport, I'm leaving NASCAR out of it, American team sport, that sold jersey kits.
And it makes complete sense.
From the start. I mean, my current partner at Premier Partnerships, Randy Bernstein, who is head of the revenue operations for MLS, went around and sold those naming rights.
And before your time. So the reality is, for me, is the evolution of this, and now it's gone into media and OTT, and you know how you can use social, and as we talked about with individual players, but it's almost transforming now into, and you see it even in the recent partnerships that were announced, and again, not just in soccer, but people take societal points. Women's soccer stands for so much more. It almost transcends sport, as you know, men's take certain points on, especially when you see in England about they're taking a knee over racism, or you see people like Marcus Rashford talking about feeding people who in need, especially young kids. Women's society about women's social activations, and you see players and administrators going to Congress and speak to the president about equality, diversity. So the reality is that brands seem to be needing to do much more than just sponsor, that they have to take positions in society. The question I have for you, Alan, is when is it right for a brand to go that, and how far should they go? So because they're a brand, they're not an NGO, so they have to be, you know, wide enough to speak to all people and not take specific stance that alienate other people, but be true to their brand. It's a tight question sometimes. How much should they leverage brands to do that? How should they go about it?
I think I would throw that question back to you, because it's the brand that has the challenge. But I think what's happened is, over the last several years, and it is really peaking now, the power of athletes has changed dramatically. They probably always had it, but they never used it because the culture was stay out of societal issues, just play your games, and to the extent that you want to exploit it commercially, fine, get your sponsorships and endorsements, but don't comment on social activities. That's changed so dramatically. There were so many things. I mean, you can go right here in Los Angeles. The players revolting against Donald Sterling caused the NBA to force the sale of the LA Clippers. Obviously, the position that the women have been taking in soccer, particularly, has heightened the discussion with respect to equality, and you know, almost daily there seems to be some dispute, but the players' activity has forced companies to be in a position where they have to decide whether they get involved in a public issue or not. It's not easy for a CEO today, I don't think, because as you mentioned, you're going to have people alienated by positions. I mean, and there's one great example of the change. Think about how the NFL reacted to Kaepernick. Personally, I mean, it was disgraceful, but it doesn't matter. They basically shunned him and did not get behind the issue that he was trying to bring to everybody's attention. And then as of this summer, suddenly, while they haven't given Kaepernick an opportunity to play football again, they certainly have changed their position vis-a-vis the athletes. You know, the NBA's probably always been way out in front of all the sports in terms of being with the social causes of the time. Because again, probably earlier than most sports, it was player dominated, and it was particularly obviously player dominated by Black athletes who have a particular cause to carry. And now, obviously, you're seeing the pressure being put on corporations because of some of the voting laws that are going on around the country. Those are probably more corporate driven, but most of the other ones that I'm talking about, God bless the athletes for stepping up and being heard. I think on July 1st, you're going to see the NCAA suddenly allow licensing for athletes. Been a long time coming, and I think a lot of people have thought, the NCAA restrictions were tremendously unfair, but it wasn't until athletes started to speak up. I mean, go back a few years when the Northwestern players unionized. I mean, that was unheard of. And so I think, as I said before, the challenge is less on us who are out there. It's more on the companies and the brands, whether they want to step forward, take positions. And if they do, they have to understand who they're alienating and who they're not.
I think that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Speaking of player power versus club power, as a European, I'd be remiss not to bring this conversation up with you. We've seen recently about the Super League in Europe and what has happened around that. And for me, obviously, we're all going to have our opinion about whether we thought it was right or wrong or how they went about it or whether it was tone deaf. But you and I had an interesting point in that you and I both have contacts in this world and of football, who obviously much more bigger Rolodex than mine. But this Super League didn't suddenly just appear. This has been around, this conversation has been around for years. And I don't think it's going to go away anytime. I don't think that it's going to go away as soon suddenly as it has appeared, to be truthful about it. But what is interesting for me is the effect it's going to have on the States, in that the US has always carried on very nicely. In the MLS, when you started it, it was, FIFA almost allowed it to develop program. But there's always been that question mark over the fact that you're a closed league versus what it is everywhere else and under the FIFA mandates where it has to be a pyramid system. That Super League, I think, may, and it's just my personal opinion, may bring that conversation up again, whereby, especially when you take into consideration that a lot of the owners of these teams in question are American, and they are used to this closed league and commercializing it. Whereas you saw the reaction across Europe by fans that this was just not comprehensible. It was completely against the fabric of the game. Whereas it is the fabric of the game here because it's similar to the NFL model, an NBA model, NHL model, you name it. But do you think that this may be the start of that wider conversation? Because when you were there, obviously the MLS had a different perspective. It was starting. But now it's a bit of a giant. I mean, they're doing well and they're on the trajectory this way, as are the NWSL. But how long would you get away with a closed league with inside football?
Well, I think, again, from the United States standpoint, we've only done it that way in all sports. And so I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure internally to change anything. Especially in Europe, the tradition has been there for the longest time. I'm not so sure if they were going to start new leagues today, they would be ones where there was promotion and relegation. Frankly, the whole structure grew up from the grassroots up. There were clubs. I mean, people talk about football club, FC, but they really were clubs, and some of them still exist. So they weren't formed as for-profit operations. They were local. They were fan-driven.
Community centers.
And even though today you have big investors buying some of the major clubs, the core and the tradition is still classic clubs. It's the fans. It's for the fans. And if you were trying to get new investors in a different structure, I'm not sure how it would work. I know when we went around to get people, it was hard enough to get them to invest in the first place in Major League Soccer. But if we went to the investors in New York or in Los Angeles or in Chicago, in the major markets, and said, we want you to invest X dollars to be in this league. And they looked at it and said, wait a minute, some guy right down the block with a little local team spending next to nothing can knock me out. Would they invest? Number one. Number two, TV's looking at it now. Things are dispersed more today than they were then. But the fact of the matter is, if you would lose a club from the first division in a major market, TV and brands, therefore, would be really concerned that they're going to lose half of their potential audience. And so it's totally different. It's the way they started, which is different. And the way we started is different. Now, talk about a Super League. First of all, it exists already in Europe. What's the Champions League? I mean, it's a different kind of competition. It's not week in and week out in for the standings, but it's a Super League, for crying out loud.
I'll debate that one with you. I mean, Liverpool are 50-50 if they're going to make it. It's going to go on to the last. The point is you have to qualify for that.
Yes, but the pre-qualification is within your league.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can't get invited into it the way this potential Super League was going to be.
And again, even the Premier League. Well, there's two leagues there. I mean, yes, every once in a while you can see a Leicester City surprise everybody.
Yeah. It's
there
once
are
in 100
7
years.
super clubs and the rest.
Yeah.
So it's, I'm not saying it's never going to change. Probably inevitably something changes because it always does. But right now, the forces of UEFA, the forces of FIFA are so dead set against changing what they have that, and there's so much, again, country by country, there's a lot of government. U.S. is different. Other countries, the government has a lot to say on subjects like this.
Yes.
So it's a different world. I agree with you. FIFA bent over backwards to help MLS at the beginning. They looked the other way with respect to our closed league, as you call it. They looked the other way because at the beginning, you'll recall, we had individuals who owned more than one team. And we set up great rules to make sure that there were no shenanigans, but at least on paper, it certainly was something that concerned everybody. Again, FIFA looked the other way.
Yeah.
They wanted us to play, and it would be in some ways great if we did the same calendar as the rest of the world. But again, from a practical standpoint, we've got a lot of northern cities that are important to us that have more than occasional brutal winters where it would really have an adverse effect. And also in terms of finding at that time the slot in the 12-month calendar where soccer would have the best chance and not have to go head to head right in the heart of the NFL season, the NBA season, college football season. And also, by the way, before we had soccer-specific stadiums, which have been fabulous and so crucial to the success of MLS, we had to play in NFL or college-owned stadiums, and so we didn't control the dates. And so there's a lot of practical reasons why we could play at a different schedule. But again, FIFA had to look the other way.
You can bet your bottom dollar, Alan, that FIFA know full well that in order for this game to grow, you need America involved. You need America being successful. You need America to be at the forefront of competition in this. It generates so much more commercial. That's why they
granted us the rights in '94. It wasn't for any other reason other than, we got to exploit the most powerful and the richest country in the world.
Of course. I'm sure Lisa will be hoping to use those arguments and see the Women's World Cup return here in 27. I'm going to leave you on the, this has been brilliant, and it's been an honor and a pleasure speaking to you, sir. Obviously, as I introduced you as the godfather of sport in this country, I mean it sincerely that you have an amazing legacy that you've built in here. Knowing that you were one of the architects of MLS, I'd love to leave with your parting thoughts on what advice we would have for the NWSL, or how you could see, because they seem to be mirroring what you set up with the MLS and how they were progressing. What pitfalls, either for the NWSL or for brands that are because there are so many. I know I said Lisa, I'm sure she'll talk about the announcement about MasterCard, which occurred today. Herself and Mitch Pohl would have put together, but also with regards to, they've done with Ally and Nationwide, they've done a lot of announcements recently, and they're really going this way, and investors and so on. What words of advice would you have for them or for brands in terms of programming over the next few years?
Well, I think that they should look at assume 27, we get the World Cup in the United States, and I sure hope we can, and I think FIFA would be smart to do it. That's going to do for the women's game, and for the NWSL in particular, what 94 did for the men's game. Now, they've got a head start because in 94 we didn't have the Pro League, but the fact of the matter is we used the showcase of 94 to bring more sponsors in, bring networks in, obviously expose it so much to the general public who didn't have the awareness. I think you're going to see the same thing, assuming that they grant the rights to the Women's World Cup to the United States in 27. There's going to be a build-up toward that. There are going to be more brands signing on in anticipation of that, and with the expectation that following 27, the dramatic but sort of steady growth of the NWSL will explode. That I have no doubt. Look, if we could sell out major stadiums throughout the United States in 1999, we're going to have major stadiums with more people watching the fan festival outside because they couldn't get inside in 27. And so there will be just a massive explosion. And I also look at the opportunity for the legacy of 26 on the men's side. If I got a couple more minutes, I don't want to steal Lisa's time, but with the legacy from the 94 World Cup, we created the United States Soccer Foundation. The United States Soccer Foundation recently has been devoting virtually all of its efforts and all of its programming to underserved communities. And back to what I said before about where the athletes come from, if there's one thing that's been lacking in the United States is a huge influx of kids from lower class neighborhoods. And by the way, unfortunately, they tend to be disproportionately people of color, Hispanics and Blacks in large measure. And I think that the foundation is working with the various bid cities to host the 26 World Cup, to set up programs to satisfy FIFA's demand for a legacy program. Well, I can't think of a better legacy for 26 than to really open up the opportunities for players in underserved areas to play big time soccer. Obviously, again, there are going to be huge financial improvements and hopefully a national team headquarters instead of a traveling show. And now that we're filling up soccer specific stadiums, maybe even larger soccer specific stadiums for the MLS. So it'll be nothing but good. But back to the women, I think it'll be a huge second launching or third launching pad, if you will, for the NWSL.
Well, that's a brilliant segue into our next guest. But Alan, Thank you very much, sir. It was an honor speaking to you, and I hope we can meet again sometime, maybe over a coffee this time.
Or over yogurt.
Yogurt. Thank you. Our next guest is going to be Lisa Baird, who is the commissioner of the NWSL, but has a long tradition and presence inside sport. Lisa obviously worked with the Olympic Committee for a number of years, and I have the distinct pleasure of saying and shouting for her as a fellow Connecticut resident. She is going to be one of the nominees for the Executive of the Year for the Sports in the Sports Business Journal, where she has, in her rookie year, I might add, really shown. I don't think it's any surprise at all when you see Lisa suddenly announcing just this morning with herself and her team their addition of MasterCard, which adds to the addition of Ally and Nationwide and a host of other partners that they have. So, a huge congratulations. And Alan and I had a chance to speak about some of the great things that are going on with the NWSL. Matt is going to take over from me. You'll all be delighted to hear. Matt, who's co-chair on today. And, I look forward to listening to what you guys have to say. So, Matt, over to you, sir.
Thanks, Karen. It was a great conversation. I'm honored to be here with you, Lisa. And additionally, we have Sandra joining us as well from CBS Sports, who will be doing the moderation for today. So you won't have to hear me drone on for too long. Sandra, obviously an expert in the league, in the sport, been a longtime commentator inside the sport. I know you've worked with Lisa in the past as well. So it's great to meet you. I'm excited to have you on today, and Lisa as well. It should be a great conversation as we discuss NWSL, the success you've had this past year, and maybe looking forward what we can expect.
Great. Thank you for being. It's really exciting to be here. Hi, Sandra.
Hey, everybody. I'm excited to chat. I'm always excited to chat with you, Lisa. You know that.
We've had a lot of opportunities this past 13 months.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, awesome.
Am I getting into this, Matt? Are you getting
into it, Sandra? I'll just pass it right to you.
We're passing over to the expert.
Well, I'm excited to talk to you both, Matt. I don't want you thinking that I'm not excited to talk to you either, because Anheuser-Busch has done some great things within the league here, but we're going to give Lisa the opportunity first here before I pick your brain a little bit. The league, Lisa, you and I have spoken before in the past, and, we've talked a lot about how it feels like the league is truly in a transitional period of time right now. It's a very monumental moment for this league, sort of looking back, and it's already outlasted its predecessors and previous women's pro sports leagues here. And the announcement and the unifying partnerships between the league and certain brands that have come into place, certain businesses that have come into place, has been significant. Even if we just take a step back into last year with the Challenge Cup coming to life, partnering with Secret Deodorant, Fall Series partnering with Verizon, it's so unique, these deals, when they're announced. They're not just like, hey, here's a brand, here's a business, here's throwing around some money. There's some real work that's involved in nailing down the right fit for this league. And I was hoping if you could maybe touch on that a little bit to start us off.
Well, thank you. And thanks, Karen and Matt, for our most recent one. I have to give a shout out to my Chief Revenue Officer, Mitch Pohl. We've been together for a long time. And so I think we work pretty closely together, but I'm going to give him a shout out for just really ramping us up in the last 6 months. It's definitely hard to keep up with him. But I think, Sandra, what you said is the most important thing is for us. And I just want to stop for a minute. Everybody, we're 9 years old. We are 9 years old, and we get compared, and we're so excited, to the MLS or to the WNBA or to the NFL. The NFL is 100 years old. They're 100 years old, and we're 9. So we're growing. And as a growing league, we definitely are excited about our growth, most importantly, because it feels like the fan base and audience out there has been waiting for us. But we also, we're small, and we definitely have challenges, as we saw last year. But I think when brands look for us, or the area of most connection with us, is not only are we a great sport. I mean, if everybody who I talk to about the league, and I've now seen it myself for the past year, goes, even if they're just seeing a game for the first time, they're overwhelmed by how great the product is. That is the first comment that everybody says, is they go, oh my God, this is the best women's professional soccer in the world. And, while some days are harder for us to protect that than others to protect that title, it truly is. We have 40 of our athletes this year are going to be going back to join their federations to play the Olympic Games. We have 10 teams, and the parity at the top of the table, Sandra, and you can talk about this, is really tight. I mean, we just had New Jersey, New York Gotham Football Club vying for the Challenge Cup. And 3 years ago, I don't think anybody would have happened that. Last year, I don't think anybody would have guessed that would happen. But I think it really is about being the best product on the pitch. But then it's also about increasingly, it's about women investing in women and women kind of empowering their own path forward. And I think that's our unique area. We're an independent league. We have close relationships with particularly with MLS. I have a good relationship with John Garber, and I text him all the time for a lot of things, and he always returns my texts, at least to date. But I really think that people are rooting for our success. People like Budweiser, you are our first national sponsor. People don't know that. In 2019, other than Nike, which has been with us for a long time, because they're on the field, Budweiser was our first national sponsor, and they, I think, led the way. And if you remember that campaign, it was really unique. It was like, wait a minute, let's not do a campaign about Budweiser beer. Let's do a campaign about telling everybody, hey, there's a place for you at the table. Matt, did you even think how successful that campaign would be? Look at us now.
No, never in a million years. But I think it speaks to like what you said, Lisa. Everyone loves it. Everyone's rooting for the NWSL, and I think they saw the product. And Alan mentioned before that use the World Cup, use the Olympics, use these platforms to just showcase the talent, and then realize that all that talent is living 30 miles from your house. It was remarkable, right? So I think it's just a testament in what we've seen, that the fan base is just so passionate that it was the spark that I think somewhat ignited it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Sandra, I don't know if because like we always talk, and I was listening to Alan, came on early, and I was listening to Alan and Karen, like there is something different about the soccer fan. And I think you saw the power of it with what happened with Super League. But I think, Sandra, aren't people just discovering the passion, the avidity of the women's soccer fan? I mean, you would know more about that than anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. On the CBS side of things, we knew right away that there was already a core fan base in place for this league. And that's already a great starting point. But the fact that the matter is that they're very engaged. They're not just the fan that will root for their team or root for their favorite player. They'll remain engaged, and they watch, and they're very, very, very supportive in all aspects. I remember when Budweiser got announced as the league's official beer, and the excitement that was generated around that. So many supporters groups rallying behind that, wanting to work with Budweiser really to push that forward, to say, hey, we want to put our support behind this league, behind these teams and these players, and that includes our dollars. And we're going to show you that we're about it. And we're going to start drinking Budweiser beer any chance we get at a tailgate or at a game if it's available. It's fantastic to see. It's a strong culture, a great fan culture. It's a supportive culture, and they don't just support with their words and with their tifos and with all of their chants in the stands. They truly support with their money. They want to throw their dollars at this game.
Well, and Matt, I just have to tell you one Budweiser story. You probably don't even know it, because like everybody engages with Budweiser on social media, right? Like you must get millions, if that's even a number, right? So I think it was, I forget, like it was in January sometime. I forget, maybe it's January or something. I was on a long flight, and you're tired. I traveled throughout the pandemic. It was hard. But I traveled, I was really tired, and I remember sitting in my seat, and I pulled up Twitter, I think, to just check what was going on, checking Sandra's. I check you a lot, Sandra, just to be careful. Anyway, and Budweiser had put out a tweet saying, what did you learn to do in the pandemic? You didn't even know this. So it was like, people were saying, well, I learned to bake bread. I ran a 10K. one of the ones was so awesome that I loved. It was a janitor at school saying, I cleaned and I did extra. It was like amazing. So I just put in there right before we took off, I go, well, I started as commissioner, shut down the league. We did the Challenge Cup, did it COVID free, and increased TV ratings by 500%. And then I shut it off, right? And so I shut off and I went on the flight because I don't use my Twitter on flights at all, or at least my social media manager doesn't want me to. And when I landed, it had blown up. And you guys had given me, like, they do something cute. So you gave me a Beardweiser. Did you know that? It was so instantaneous what your social people did. So you gave me a Beardweiser back because you put the name in there, but then you called it Beardweiser. And then you came back. But the best thing out of it for me was I'm a public radio geek. I used to work there, so I can be. So Guy Raz of How I Built This saw that Budweiser tweet. And then he asked me to come on and do a series for them. And Sandra, this is the thing that we continue to really go against, is that we don't get enough media exposure for women's sports. We just don't. We're like 4 or 5%, on a good day 6%. And that's the whole key, is this virtual cycle of covering the sport, not me, but covering the sport, covering the women's athletes, getting everything we need to do, because that's where we'll win in the end, is if we develop the fan base and the audience.
That's an amazing story, Lisa. I did know this one because our WhatsApp team, we have like a WhatsApp of what's happening on social, and they were just going nuts. They're like, oh my gosh, Lisa, commissioner, just commented on our post. Like, oh my gosh, it's been, so like, it was pretty cool to see real time while you were in the flight. But it's things like that, I mean, Sandra, even to your point, like, this engagement with this league is there's nothing that you can even compare to it. You talk about people supporting with their wallets too. We would people posting photos of them like in stadiums drinking the beer and like tagging us and tagging the NWSL. I think the coach out in Jersey that during the pandemic didn't have the concession stands open, so she went to the local store to buy Budweiser and was giving them out of the back of the truck as she's driving through the parking lot. Like, it's just things like that that doesn't happen in sports these days, right? And so like, it's that that engagement. I mean, it just blows the roof off. It's really cool to see that passion come through.
Yeah, what we're seeing now is like, so we have the Budweiser locker room celebration. It's really, now we've had 2 now with the Challenge Cup, and you start to see the team personalities come out a little bit more. And we've never had the privilege. I mean, Sandra, I'll ask you what you think. I mean, Houston, okay, I was afraid they were going to break the cup. It was crystal. I was like, please don't drop the cup. We only have 1. They were a little nutty crazy. But then Portland, we changed it so it was silver. So I think Meg Klingenberg, how many Budweiser? It was. I was like watching this, going, don't stop. But it was really cute. We have an underage athlete in the locker room, and they gave her Pedialyte to drink.
That is cute. Those locker rooms, they just keep
Budweiser Zero.
They just keep upping the ante. I mean, I remember the Houston one. It was one of the best celebrations we've ever seen in a locker room. Maybe, and then the post parade celebration too. There was like fans handing them cases of Budweiser out the cars that were driving by. It was
don't ever underestimate the Houston Dash. They won Sports Moment of the Year for all of Houston this year, and I suspect in large part it was because of their celebratory nature. They're amazing.
Matt, can I pick your brain for a second? As someone who's, on the, let's say, just on the brand side of these things, as someone who covers NWSL, Lisa could probably attest to this too as commissioner. Of course, we're all eager to work with brands and businesses in getting investment into this league. But for someone on the brand side of things, can you maybe speak a little bit to how, like, why or how, or the feeling of importance of investing in a league like NWSL?
I mean, for us, it's a matter of being as relevant and as energetic in the sports world as possible. And for us, like, women's sports has always been important in the sports world, but it continues to be more and more important. And we saw an opportunity that, we kind of saw ourselves saying, we're sponsoring the U.S. Women's National Team. We sponsored the U.S. Women's National Team for a long time. Like, why are we not more involved with the NWSL? We've been involved with the WNBA for 25 years. We were a founding partner with them, and we just saw the large opportunity here. And then the follow-up campaign that we had, the future official sponsor, was really to say to the other sponsors, like, you guys are somebody's missing something, right? And it was us for 8 of the years that Lisa mentions, right? And so the value to us, it's just being as locally relevant. A lot of these fans sometimes aren't fans of a lot of the other sports. And so it's a unique opportunity for us to talk to them and talk to them about the thing that they're most passionate about and be involved and integrated and show them that we also support the things that they like to support. And it's valuable to us, right? And so that's really what it's about at the end of the day. We don't necessarily look at it as men's and women's sports necessarily. It's where the passions lie. And this was a huge passion that we were just excited to get involved with.
You guys really just sort of set the precedent when you broke on the scene in that partnership with the league, like Lisa has mentioned already. And it wasn't just about, putting a beer behind this league. It kind of came in a much deeper sense to invest. It was really about setting the blueprint for what it looked like for, a brand or a business to link up with this league. You guys were Budweiser was really pushing others to sort of get in on the ground up and put their weight and their time and their investment behind this league. I remember that campaign, Lisa, the one you mentioned early on, where it was just like, where it was Megan Rapinoe, and it was like, you can be the next, watch sponsor, you can be the next official burger of the league. Like, I love that. How does it feel to sort of see so many others kind of maybe follow suit, and kind of follow Budweiser's lead, really, and throw their support behind this growing league?
I mean, it's amazing to see, because it all will continue to grow the league, which I think again helps us selfishly, but also is just great for the entire fan base. I mean, I think we helped tell some of the story, help put some of the media behind it. But the product, as Lisa said, was there, right? The reason these brands are coming in is not because Budweiser said, hey, this is an interesting place to be. It's because the fan passion and what Lisa's created these past couple of years have just been incredible. And so I think that's really what it is. And I think, I'm honored you say we made the blueprint, but I think equally, the NWSL helped us create a blueprint of how to be new partners as well. Because a lot of what we built with them was in collaboration. And historically, we haven't done something like that either. It wasn't, hey, let me put my logo here and an official designation at retail. It was a lot more of, what do you need? What do we need? How can we come together to be more powerful as a collective unit than individually we possibly could? And that's now the blueprint that we're trying to use elsewhere as well. So I think it was very mutual in that respect.
Lisa, what is it? What is it about getting into these rooms or getting in on these phone calls with all these potential suitors, right, for the league? And what is it that you like to lead with about this league when it comes to sort of, laying out the verbiage of what a sponsorship can look like with this league?
Yeah, I think because I was in Matt's position for so long, I was a CMO before I joined sports, that I come at it from how can we help you solve your problem, right? So many people in sports come out and say, here's what you can do for me. And that is really important. I'm very honest about that. But I always try to go to a sponsor and say, how can we help you, deliver your message in an even stronger way? How can we help you create something distinctive with us that no one else can copy? And I think, just to mention another sponsor, last year, I've been a long time partner with Procter & Gamble and other properties. And literally, we went to Mark Pritchard and Janet Fletcher and Sarah Sanders. She's the director of brand for Secret. And we said, listen, we're not going to have a season. I mean, we're not going to have a season if we don't figure out a way to compensate our players, to put on a bubble tournament. And Verizon came in, Google came in, and Procter & Gamble came in, and they entitled the sponsor last year with Secret, and Secret entitled the sponsor this year. And we said, what can we do to craft something that really helps P&G? And P&G is really about purpose in life. And we created a lot of interesting activations, and we're tiny, but we were doing the first activations when there were no fans, right? And people were staying home. So a lot of what we did with Secret, I remember one of the most challenging things we did was they wanted to tell the story about how women's sports needs more exposure. They're very much about equality, and equality for us starts in media. That's the first thing. So we did literally between the time of the last game of the semifinals and the championship, we produced a commercial for them at the field, which they then aired on the finals. And then this year we created a really cool bonus program where the finalists and the runner-up of the Challenge Cup had bonuses that were provided by Secret, but we also created the first time sponsorship for rookies, for the NWSL rookies. Now, that's not something that's been done before, but it's very much in keeping with Secret's positioning as about women's equality. So I always try to approach it from how can we, and I think you'll see that I'm really excited about MasterCard this morning, but Ally Bank, we're doing the exact same thing. They're helping us with player impact. That was announced previous this year, and Nationwide was also announced several weeks ago. And then the other one we just announced this week was our first audio deal, our audio streaming deal with iHeartRadio.
It's always exciting. It's always exciting to hear. I was laughing. I was like, of course the league announced a deal as recently as today when we have to hop on this wonderful event talking about all of the wonderful opportunities to invest in this league.
Well timed.
So much for your time, and always a blast to talk about it. And I'm going to also throw in a plug and say that probably one of the also really good selling points, Lisa, is letting all of these great brands know that they can be seen on CBS.
That's right.
True.
I think that has been a game changer. CBS and Twitch have been game changers for us this past year. Thank you,
Lisa, Sandra, thank you both so much for the time. Lisa, I know this is your day off, so thank you very much. Congratulations on just the amazing year you've had. MasterCard this morning, the SBJ nomination. I really appreciate the time and the continued partnership. And Sandra, pleasure to meet you. Appreciate all that you've done to help grow the NWSL as well with CBS Sports and your own commentary. And I'm excited to see you both hopefully in person here before too long. I'll be back in the airs with you as well, Lisa. So I'm excited to be up there.
All right. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
With that, Kieran, call you back up. I know you have an amazing panel coming up on the national versus international sports marketing. With it, Christian Naari, head of commercial content of DAZN. Should be a great conversation. I'm looking forward to hear it. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Looking forward to it. Really good conversation with Lisa as well. And it's so interesting to hear everything she's done and you guys have done. So I'm excited about the league and what they're going to do. And how it can program out. So it's a great time to be a part of that. So it's well done to you and everybody at Budweiser. I'm not sure if we have Chris on the line yet. Chris, are you there? I could do an Irish jig or start to dance. I don't think. For me, I found it very interesting about what Alan was trying to say and how it incorporated into some of Lisa's plans. But certainly, I think that the opportunities for women's soccer is going to be superb this year. How they react to the opportunities that the Men's World Cup are also presenting is going to be interesting. So it should be good times all around. Christian doesn't seem to be on yet. Here we are. Hey, Christian.
There we go.
Hey, fella, how are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry about that. I was waiting to be.
Nothing like live TV. I'm just glad you have your clothes on.
Well, listen, just the top. I was waiting to be promoted to get on the screen. So
I'd say myself, they were kind of half open. I'd break into an Irish jig or start singing.
I heard that.
I don't have a Guinness, but I do have my Shamrock mug. You don't know what's in it though, so it is right. And the dog is calling to be let out. So live TV. What can you do?
Yeah, I have my clear liquid in the glass. I'll let everyone guess what's actually in here. But yeah, I'm really excited to speak to you, Kieran. We got the chance to catch up earlier in the week, and we're both soccer diehards. I've followed, played, not professionally like you, and worked in soccer all my career. And And you have probably the most unique background, I think, of anyone I've met in the industry, right? You've been across the entire ecosystem, and you actually played professionally. And maybe that's a separate chat on its own that maybe we could get into it. But we're both soccer diehards. There's so much that's happened in sports over the last year, and probably even more so in soccer. So I'm really pumped to speak about something that's near and dear to my heart, but especially to speak to you about it, because you have so much to share. And I was told that there's a Q&A component to this, so anyone watching, if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat and we'll get to them at the end. But I wanted to jump in here right away because we only have 25 minutes and there's so much to talk about. So Kieran, within this context of local versus national, I grew up in Europe. My family's from Europe. I was an avid soccer fan from an early age. I saw firsthand how crazy and passionate fans there are for the sport, how much it means to communities and to nations. But I've also worked my entire career in the US within soccer. So I saw the same passion, but I also saw the difference in culture, in traditions, in expectations and behaviors. And as marketers, me on the broadcast side, you on the brand side, it really matters. Understanding the culture, understanding those nuances really matters in how you can effectively engage consumers and really message your product in an authentic way. And that's kind of how I want to frame this local versus international conversation, is through the lens of culture and values that over the last 12 months have become more relevant than ever before. I'm talking about authenticity, community. You have the global health pandemic, you have the economic and political challenges. And just in the last month, Kieran, you and I talked about it, an existential threat to the foundations of soccer in Europe via the Super League. So lots to talk about. And so I want to throw that to you right off the bat, something very big, culture.
Yeah, sure.
That matters maybe more in soccer than the other sports.
Yeah, there's a lot packed into that. So I'll try and unravel it slightly. So try and keep me on the straight and narrow. But with regard to it as, when you're experiencing it from a cultural perspective, I think soccer in Europe and certainly South America, from what I've experienced, and Central America to a good degree, soccer is the main sport, and it's always vying with different properties, whether that's kind of rugby in some places. In Ireland, we have Gaelic games. So it's always there, one of the main sports that's up there. But it is one of the main sports. So it leads the conversation. In the States, it never has, in that the NFL was the number one, or NBA would challenge that, or you have NHL. So you have these different sports and a wider range that, culturally, community of baseball, geez, how could I forget baseball? That really, really resonated with people, and your father would have played it, your brother, your sister, your auntie. They would have been the ones that you learned it from, and the culture got into it. But for me, the big challenge, because as we spoke about in the Super League really pronounced this, is that in Europe, I struggle to bring my kids, especially years ago, it's not as bad now, but I'd have to really understand who was playing. If it was a huge rivalry, I'm not sure I'd bring my kids to the game. Like years ago, and it's not as bad as it was now, but Millwall and the Den, you wouldn't go there unless you had like riot gear on you, because you don't know what's going to happen. So it's a lot better, and the police have done an amazing job across Europe on that. But there's still that passion. It means so much. I mean, Liverpool played Man United last night, and the commentators were talking about how Liverpool wanted it more. Why do they want it more? Because if they didn't win, they weren't going to qualify for the Champions League, which is exactly the argument as to why this Super League won't work. That the passion, and not just from the fans, but it will come through in the players. It means something. I could never get my head around how, if you're, and I lived in New York for the majority of my time in the States, the Giants or the Knicks would be going, I hope we lose the last few games. I'd be going, why? I mean, in my mind, it would be, you get relegated. You don't want to be last. It'd be, we're going to get first pick in the draft. So that's a plus. To be rewarded for failure is nuts. So the culture in that would mean it's okay to lose. If you're not in it, you're not going to win it out. Well, then, so what? Because you can't get rid of it, you can't program it up. As a European, I could never get my head around that, because your passion and how you program what you're going to do as a brand and how it means something to fans. It has to mean something to fans. But when you see this kind of reaction, or you see teams pick up and go, they leave one city and they go to another, happen with a few teams in sports sports franchises. The reality is that it's commercially based. It's not based on absolutely. Can you imagine Liverpool saying, we're going to pick up and we're going to go down to London? There would be riots. It would just never happen. So the reality is that it's a different way of looking at it. And I was really interesting to speak to Alan a little earlier to hear him on how FIFA had to turn a bit of a blind eye on when they were creating the MLS. And that is the linchpin of soccer here. Or, even Lisa talked to how the NWSL is 9 years old. Look at how much it's grown. And, for me, and Matt was asking the question, how does it move forward? What are the ways it can grow now? And it's in a great position, and it's a really important time. And I think that is super true. How are you going to really make yourself embedded into the culture so that when you do have those rivalries, they really mean more and they transcend past sport? And as sporting organizations, if you're not embedded in the community and you're not really, meaning something to people and be relevant, as Lisa said a little bit earlier, it's all going to resonate back, because brands only want to be interested in you if you're interesting, and you're only interesting if you're super authentic and super relevant.
That's right, and I think it's very well said, of course. And if anything, I think the Super League was really it was a very empathetic example of the contrast in business models, but also philosophies to the sports and the business of sport. What I found really interesting was the different ways it was covered by European media versus the American media. It was ubiquitously criticized in Europe, whereas in the US, it was kind of up for debate. Is this the right thing to do? Maybe they have a point, the owners, in doing this. And I think the challenge for the game in the US going forward, and this is all being conscious of the amazing growth that's happened in the US and the massive potential that exists in this market for the sport, but it's really to try and create something that is unique to the American value system, which already has so many traditional sports, but now has this kind of not challenger sports, but this new sport kind of coming in and trying to build out its own presence. And brands have a role to play in building that out, as do broadcasters like us and teams, leagues, etc. So it's a really interesting dynamic that does not occur without its own kind of commercial challenges and interests, like you saw. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of the reason why I asked Alan about the MLS, and obviously the FIFA turned a lot of blind eyes to the MLS in the initial part of its structure. And I asked him about if today, do you think that because of the Super League, it brings that question back up, and maybe there might be more attention, and the fact that the World Cup is coming here in 26, he made a really interesting point. His remark to me was, something, Kieran, even though the leagues that they're built on now in Europe, they were community-based, and that they're 150 years old. I mean, Liverpool and Everton were the same club until there was an argument. It was Irish Catholic priests that started that club. Then there was an argument over the ground or training, and suddenly Liverpool Football Club was born. So it stems from community-based activists, like they were Catholic priests that started Everton. So it's all about, and they did it because they had a centre and a community base, and people were interested in sport and soccer. So that's what it led to. Whereas his argument was, because it grew from that, that's why it can't move. But if they were to do it today, I bet you they'd do it differently. I bet you they'd be based in commerce. That's a super interesting question or comment, I thought, because that's effectively what they're trying to do. But because it's been led by a lot of guys who are owners who are used to this, and it makes complete commercial sense, and I get that. But it's going back to your original question, which is the culture. This is what is making it super relevant. The passion points that this is more than just a sport. This is my identity with my community. So it's for people like you in DAZN, you're trying to connect people with their passion points and give them content. And people consume content differently now. It used to be that they'd go to the game and watch it live, and you'd have 90,000 people trying to cram into a stadium. Whereas now people have the option of watching games on their phone. And even then they break it down into smaller content. Like, I'll just see the goals or I'll see the highlights rather than watch the whole game. So the way people consume football is different now. And my question is, and I'm dying to see how this works out, does that change the culture? Now, the Super League has said, no, it doesn't. It's community-based, and that's a fact. But in the States, is the culture community-based? Because it was set up as a commercial venture. The NHL, the NBA, the NFL, the MLS, they're commercially based. You have to pay $100 million minimum to get a soccer team in the MLS. You have to pay, I don't know how many billion to get an NFL team. So you either pony up and pay the money and get in that way, or you're not in. So it's how do we commercialize that and tie into it as brands? How do we program that? Because it's a different conversation.
Yeah, completely. And there's so many interesting nuances to all this. And one thing that comes to mind is now how do the various international influences, like all the European leagues and teams that are now marketing in the US and their brand partners with them, those teams and leagues are bringing their value systems and their fan cultures to this very economics driven business model and culture that exists. I mean, when I worked for Bayern Munich, a very conservative German team, not owned majority by an individual, but really owned by the members. And we started marketing this German soccer team in the US to try to build our brand. Everything was built and with the consensus of our fans. We could not get a single campaign approved, a single headcount hired without the implications for what will the fans in Germany think about what we're doing in St. Louis or in California. That is a completely different way of operating. And it really speaks to kind of culture being the central operating system of a sports property, rather than just kind of everything is commercial and economics led. And so sometimes those things are in stark contrast, but I think more and more now it's inescapable.
I think you're right. I mean, I cannot imagine your pain in trying to ask German people how to approve some activation in the States. It couldn't get more diverse. So, but I mean, when my former company, I used to work for a company, and I was the CMO of a company in the Caribbean, Central America. It was a communications company, and South Pacific. And even when we were doing advertising and media, the imagery we would have in Barbados would be completely different to the imagery you have in Jamaica. Why? Now, it sounds obvious, but when you were kind of trying to work within tightening budgets and marketing always gets hit first, you'd almost say, well, this ran in St. Lucia, so could run them in Barbados or something like that. It's like a half an hour on the boat between the two islands or something like that. But the reality is that we would never allow it. Our chairman would never allow it. Everything had to be specific to the culture of that company. Why? Because the second we start being irrelevant to the culture or culturally to the community we're speaking to, then we're not authentic. And if we're not authentic, then nobody's going to pay attention to us or believe us or trust in us. When you lose that as a brand, you're dead in the water. So it's the exact same for clubs in that they need to keep that relevancy. But for us as brands, we need to tap into that. So we need to understand how they're relevant, how they program, how they're real to that community, so that we can tie in on the back of that and leverage our positioning as brands to run commercial activations. That for us is the key question. Rather than you get a lot of rights owners and they come and they go, I can do this billboards, I can get these, you'll have this media, you'll have all of this. I go, stop, back up. Before we even start, what's your positioning? Who are you in the community? Why would I go into this platform at all? How do I show up as a company? Why am I relevant? I need to start there. I need to figure out how I am super relevant to this audience and how I become authentic. And then I can understand if the easy part is the rights, i.e., where do I go on the jersey? How do that's easy. The first question is the hardest part and where everybody needs to start. Unfortunately, I find too many rights owners come with all the rights, but it's noise. It's noise unless you understand your positioning.
Yeah, I wish I had talked to you in my time at Bayern. By the way, an Irishman in the Caribbean sounds like the start of an amazing joke. You're totally right, and I think this is something that everyone has to think about. Like, what do you actually mean to your audience? What purpose and role do you play in their daily lives? And that kind of informs the relevancy across the board to everyone else. I mean, it's the same for us as a broadcaster now. Technology allows us to atomize and personalize and customize not just our programming, but our commercial programs for brands. And we need to approach our entire strategy with the market in mind and the local audience. Like we have the Premier League and the Champions League in Canada, and 10, 15 years ago in that market, maybe people wouldn't have been as interested in it. They're starting to get interest. There's a lot more growth, but we can't just take the feeds from Europe and just plaster them to a Canadian audience. We have to take a step back and include things like education into our programming, whether it's for our audience or for our brand partners, and really start to explain to our users and our customers why these rivalries mean as much as they do. What are the histories of these clubs? Why are the fans getting so riled up over what's happening? Because once they understand that, that's when you build these layers of authenticity and relevance that then help you when you're talking to brands and ultimately kind of strings things together. So it's absolutely fascinating. I do want to get to some questions though before we run out. There is one here that is more about the known soccer sponsorship strategy in Europe and North America. If you want to touch on that real quick.
Yeah, so we recently have gone through a bit of a transition in the company whereby we used to have Danone Global, and we would answer directly to, well, not directly, but through our hierarchy into France. That's changed as of about 7 or 8 months ago, whereby Danone is split in two now, and it has the Americas or North America and then the rest of the world. So we had a new CEO appointed a year ago now, I think it was, Shane Grant, who came from Coke. And so we are building we have a new way of working, we have a new management, we have new structure internally, which was announced just in March, and we have new programming. So we're at an exciting time where we're trying to build. But so we're separate from what the global part was. So this is a new world for us. But what we're doing, and my role is head of partnerships there and licensing. So what we're doing is understanding exactly what I spoke about earlier. What's our positioning with the consumer segment? So women is a huge consumer segment of ours, but I mean, that's a huge demographic. So how do we break that up, and how do we speak to them people, and how do we integrate with what they're trying to do with what our brand manifestos are? We have a huge One Planet, One Health program, so we're big on sustainability. We're the second biggest B Corp in the world. So we've got these awesome points about diversity and inclusivity and programming around better health and nutrition. So for us, it's brilliant. We know what we want to do and how we want to position. We need to know who the partners are that can help amplify that and make us super relevant, so that we're not unreal in who we're trying to be in all of our brands. So we are in the midst of some conversations around that. We're super excited about some of the pathways we're going to take, but it's more than just soccer. It's more about who are we in society and how do we show up. And I like to think that we can cross-pollinate. So soccer is a great example where you see entertainment, media, lifestyle, and all of them come to, even charity, obviously, come together so that you have a cross-pollination of that. And I think it's important, because I don't think you should I think we're gone past the days where we sponsor X and we put it on the jersey or we get the field boards. It's got to be more about how you show up and how do you program. What is your position? What do you stand for? Not just in society, but as a brand. You got to stand for that, and you got to be true to it, and you got to stick to it, and then you program accordingly. Now, of course, you will have the brand-facing stuff. I'm not saying we don't, but I'm saying it's not the full stop afterwards. It's just the foundation of it. So we're at an exciting time on what we're trying to do and how we're trying to program and plan out.
Yeah, it's really a values-led approach to then kind of, because if you get that right, the other things kind of fall into place and everyone kind of meets the objectives they want. Just a last one as we run out of time here. This one is a combination of a question asked by Tad, but also how I want to finish this amazing conversation. So Tad asks, there's been a lot of TV rights consolidation in American and European soccer media ecosystem. Does this benefit the corporate sponsor at all and the fan or not? And the other side of that is, how does that then play into where soccer evolves in this market and how a brand like Danone fits into it?
Yeah, I think it leads back into the original point I was making. And if you look at it in this remark, it's just media. So it's what media do people consume or how do they show up in that? Sport is a part of that, absolutely. Are we one-dimensional and we only do sport? Not so much. I mean, you can bring in health and wellness, nutrition is a part of that. People who play sport, but it means more to them. And the example I give you is the NWSL, where you have women's soccer players who are exceptional athletes, build on their body to ensure that health and nutrition and wellness is a key part of that, because they're athletes. Their body gives them their money at the end of the day. It's part. If they're injured, they're not able to make money. So it's a crucial part of who they are. But then their mental wellness as well is obviously a key component. But for society, the way women's soccer especially, and you see it again, I mentioned earlier on about people like Marcus Rashford, who take a stand outside of it and they mean something in society, whether it's about feeding young children or poor communities, or whether it's standing up for diversity, inclusion, or equal rights or equal play. You mean something more, and that's the point. When we find out how we distribute and broaden our discussions through media, whether that's consolidating that or whether it's being specific about it, it's simply a vehicle, but it all starts from the positioning. So really, as long as you're true to your brands and you understand how you connect with the right properties, that's the key question in the start.
Yeah, and that's amazing. I feel like we've reached kind of a threshold in our industry after the last 12 months where this is really rightfully front and center for a lot of properties, brands, etc. And it's very important to the zone as well. And we have some news coming out in that area as well in the next couple of weeks, which I'm really excited about. But I wish we could talk about more. I mean, I feel like we could spend hours and hours chatting about this. I haven't even scratched the surface of what I wanted to get into. But unfortunately, we're running out of time. But it was really amazing, and hopefully we'll get to chat in person, have maybe an Irish coffee, and continue the conversation. But really appreciate that, Kieran. You have so much insight and value to add. That was really a fun discussion.
It'll be a glass of milk, Christian. There's a terrible rumor that the Irish like to drink. It's purely milk, I assure you. Speculation. All right, sir. Great to talk to you. Thank you very much for your time, Christian.
Pleasure.
All right. So that was fun. I'm sure you're all sick of hearing my voice at this stage, but I really enjoyed speaking to Christian. He's done some amazing stuff. I had a great time talking to him yesterday. He obviously is working with DAZN, but he had some really interesting backgrounds and when he worked with Bayern Munich, etc. So it's interesting to see the cultural differences and how programming in the States and how soccer was really kicking off internationally, but also nationally and locally. No one knows better than that and has taken great advantage than nationwide. Jim McCoy heads up he's the VP for sports marketing. And Jim has been integral in the deal that Nationwide announced recently with the NWSL, but they obviously have a large portfolio of sports programming across the US. So he has a great perspective. He sat down with Matt Kershaw, who's the VP of Global Partnerships and Strategy at Vox Media, and they had an interesting conversation on all things partnering. So without further ado, I'd love to turn it over, and thanks for listening.
Hi, folks. Thanks for having us today. I'm thrilled to be able to have a virtual fireside chat with Jim McCoy from Nationwide, who's going to have lots of wisdom to share from his 17 years, I think you said, Jim, right, at Nationwide?
Yeah.
And especially from his most recent 7 years overseeing Nationwide's sports marketing efforts. Just a quick introduction on my side. My name is Matt Kershaw. I'm the VP of Agency and Client Development at Vox Media. Vox Media is home to 13 beloved digital brands, including Vox.com, The Verge, Eater, New York Mag, Vulture, The Cut, and more. But most relevant to this conversation, our sports community, SB Nation. SB Nation is the destination for sports fans to obsess over their favorite teams and players together, with over 300 individual fan communities and a burgeoning video presence. And overall, SB Nation is dedicated to helping people become better and more knowledgeable sports fans. Vox Media also has our very own podcast network, driven by those 13 editorial brands, an award-winning branded content studio called Vox Creative, and a growing entertainment business known as Vox Media Studios, from whom you may have seen some of our programming on your favorite streaming services, like Vox Explained on Netflix. So that's my spiel. And with that said, I want to get into it with Jim. Hi, Jim.
Morning. Appreciate being part of this. Always enjoy talking a little bit about the great work we're doing.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely going to give you time to shine and share all the great stuff you guys are doing. So first, I think we should level set for everybody listening. So sort of within Nationwide's larger marketing strategy, what specifically do you look to accomplish with your sports marketing?
Yes. Sports allows us to connect with target audiences in a more efficient manner where we can based on priorities. We've got a long track record of building integrated marketing plans tied to sports sponsorships to go after different audiences, whether it's the golf fan, the NASCAR fan, the NFL fan, and more recently our renewed effort around soccer and some great partnerships that we'll talk about here in a moment. But all of our partnerships, we have three core objectives that have been pretty consistent since I've been leading the Nationwide sports marketing portfolio. Everything we do has to track back to those three. We might dial up one or the other in a certain situation, but it's all about building the Nationwide brand more effectively and efficiently against that audience, driving real business results, and that can be influencing our producer behavior of our agents or guests, or actual policies like commercial or pet insurance or others with those different partnerships, and then ultimately the community philanthropic, which is in the core DNA of what we do at Nationwide, and how these partnerships can help further that objective as well.
Great. Do you happen to remember, Jim, the very first sports league that you decided to make a part of the Nationwide sports marketing portfolio?
Yeah, when I started with Nationwide 17 years ago, it was to lead our one and only sponsorship that we had, which was the Nationwide Tour. So it was a partnership with the PGA Tour developmental series on the tour, now the Corn Ferry Tour, but really remarkable opportunity to learn, and great people down at the PGA Tour, events all over the country, and really you got to cut our sponsorship teeth on a pretty unique partnership there.
Definitely. I watch a lot of golf, and I always admire how they kind of integrate the brands, especially on site. I feel like, it's really noticeable and valuable marketing. So cool to know that Nationwide has a long-standing PGA relationship. But why soccer? So a more recent investment in soccer, and obviously a deeper investment in soccer. Specifically, what about kind of that sport and the fans and the community there have you seen as being really valuable?
Yeah, as I said, we want to connect with those audience and show we're, the different fan bases that we're passionate about, what they're passionate about. And soccer is something we've been, looking at over the years. We've done a little bit here or there, had a partnership with Alex Morgan around the Women's World Cup a few years ago, and have tried to find the right entry, and went down the path on some relationships, and didn't work out. But more recently, we've been able to sign a jersey sponsorship with our local Columbus Crew MLS club, and star Jossie Zardes, who's on the Crew, as well as the U.S. men's national team, and then more recently the women's National Women's Soccer League, which has been a great start to that partnership. But again, great grassroots feel of the sport. Its upward trajectory, really excited us a lot. It's large fan base, very active fan base, and very passionate and digital and social. So again, trying to find that right connection, but doing it in an authentic way. We've always had a really good recipe for success with these sponsorships, that you have the relationship with the property, you have the media support, and then you have the talent element to authentically help convey our position. And we want to do it right, and we're looking forward to do that in soccer.
That's great. Yeah, we really see the same thing on our side in terms of just the fervor and the excitement and the engagement of the kind of soccer community at large. SB Nation has 55 separate and active soccer community sites, and one of the most recent buzzworthy soccer happenings was, of course, this kind of failed Super League that they were talking about out of Europe, and SB Nation's coverage of that. We saw, like a monthly page view jump of, 200%, because everybody was just so passionate about, what they were going to do with their favorite teams, and, a lot of the politics behind it, and whether they were for it or against it, mostly against it in that case. But I think just even that really speaks to the opportunity that a brand like Nationwide would have to sort of make a connection with a consumer or a larger audience, kind of specifically, rooted in soccer. And I know, Jim, you quickly mentioned your relationship with MLS. Again, knowing that you guys are sort of the jersey sponsor for the defending MLS Cup champion, Columbus Crew, and obviously they're right in your backyard. Kind of what specific value do you see, from that partnership? How do you evaluate, right? I guess from a measurement perspective, like what are you looking for with the jersey sponsorship specifically, and sort of some of the other added value and visibility that you might get out of your relationship with the Crew?
Yeah, the Crew one was an interesting piece. We had not had a partnership previously with the Columbus Crew in the previous ownership. So with the Haslams coming into Columbus and saving the team and keeping them here in Columbus long term, building a world-class facility right in our backyard in the Arena District, right down from Nationwide Arena and Huntington Park. It's a great addition to our local community as well. It just made sense for us to have a presence. And as we explored, how could we be involved with the team as a core foundational partner, the jersey sponsorship was open. And, it's something that we have experienced from an entitlement standpoint. We've put our name on series and golf tours and arenas and other areas. So it was a nice way for us to have a pretty authentic connection. You have some grill opportunities in the MLS, knowing that our competitor Allstate has the league-wide relationship, but our jersey front and center on the team, and obviously the success they've been having, as defending champion, and the new stadium, all the excitement leading into a great fit for a long-term partnership that we've made with the team. Creating all types of programs. There's the brand exposure locally, the brand exposure nationally, but we've got business building programs with agents and entertainment, and all the other social digital content that we can build with Jossie and others that we'll work with throughout the life of the partnership.
Cool. I see the jersey hanging right behind you. Yeah, that's the current?
That is the current. Yep, that launched in the season opener a couple weeks ago. That's awesome.
With the soccer jerseys, they don't shy away. It's like big, it's right across the chest, as opposed to, the NBA with those little teeny shoulder patches. So, that's cool that soccer does it a little bit differently. And I think, fans and consumers are kind of used to seeing that. So that's definitely a great opportunity. And also earlier, Jim, you hit on Alex Morgan quickly, you hit on Women's World Cup. But I do kind of want to talk about, I guess, women's soccer specifically, right? And it's clear again that Nationwide is investing, more deliberately and heavily in women's soccer as a marketing vehicle around the Women's World Cup, but also the NWSL. And I guess as you think about the opportunity around women's soccer compared to soccer more broadly, what does women's soccer specifically bring to the marketing equation in terms of, the visibility around the sport, obviously the talent, Megan Rapinoe and Alex and all these people that are, have been super visible and sort of active in their communities over the last, several months and years, and the fan base. How do you kind of think about that?
Yeah, we've had a pretty long history of supporting high-profile women athletes and entertainers like Danica Patrick in NASCAR and her entry into that space, Alex Morgan around the U.S. Women's National Team, Tori Kelly, more recently Jill Scott in some of our advertising campaigns. But I think it all tracks back. We want to, if we're going to do this, we want to do it in a very authentic manner with the fan base, because fans will see right through it if you're just in it for a short term, hang the sign or run your spots, that type of thing. So as we looked at, where else in soccer, we've been looking at the National Women's Soccer League for a few years, and just have seen incredible growth with that group and sophistication over the last couple of years, new leadership, and we wanted to try to find a way to partner with them in a meaningful way. You've got 40 million soccer fans that are women. The upward trajectory and the spikes that they see coming out of the Olympics and the World Cup that's coming in 2023, it just really positioned well for a league partnership. And I love the way that that team really looks at their league as a way, this is only their 9th season, but really position it as a way as they don't have 50 years of reasons to say no to different platforms and ideas, which was pretty exciting for us. And to be able to connect with the women fan base, dominated fan base is exciting for us. The diversity and the talent that we see across the NWSL. These are the best players in the world that are playing in this league. Many members of the national teams from countries all over the world. So that diversity, the stage in life, you have rookies like Dennis Rodman's daughter, who's just drafted number 2 overall, to seasoned veterans like Megan Rapinoe and that have been around, family, mothers, and all the different life stages that we can work with as a company, and we think is just a great connection for Nationwide.
I did not know that about Dennis Rodman's daughter. That's very interesting.
Yes, they had a great engagement around their draft and in January, and it was great to see headlines for the NWSL on Sports Center and other places.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the SB Nation side too, right? Like we've been increasing our coverage. I mean, we've always covered women's soccer, quite deeply, but specifically around the NWSL now with all this interest and all the talent, like you mentioned. I know that the NWSL Challenge Cup, was recent, and we kind of like dedicated a lot of editorial coverage, to that. And again, really saw some great engagement across our soccer community, specifically around around that league and women's soccer in general. So, one of the things that we had talked about, Jim, was specifically within your relationship with the NWSL. One of the components that you're kind of really excited about and proud of is this Community Impact Award. I know that you guys also, kind of work charitable components into some of your other sports marketing sponsorships, like with the PGA Tour. You're also involved with the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award. So maybe talk a little bit about that community impact component of the NWSL deal.
Yeah, as I mentioned at Nationwide, it is in our core DNA to give back and have that community impact and integrate that into our relationship. So we do have the 8th year of our Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year relationship with the NFL. We've raised $44 million in our sports marketing assets across golf and other properties since 2011. And we really wanted to build something similar with the NWSL. I think connecting with the players in that way, and they're already doing a lot in their communities. They're leaning into social justice initiatives, pay equity, all these important items that is another reason why we want to be such a big supporter of these players and these teams. And so we've worked with the league to build a platform to encourage even more investment in the community and their activities. We'll recognize those across the teams, and at the end of the year, select one team to recognize at an even higher level and working with the players there. So it's just in our way to try to give back and kind of amplify the work that's being done and telling their stories of what they want to, what messages they want to get out there in a bigger way.
Cool. Yeah, beautiful. I mean, we know, on our side, just from our insights team, that business leaders and brands are kind of the new voice of cause and causes, and consumers, really, I think, are finding more positive affiliation with brands who are coming right out and saying, what's important to them and what their values are, and for Nationwide to sort of incorporate, some of those components into their overall sponsorship structure, I think, really puts you guys, gives you guys a leg up in terms of standing out in that way, and developing even kind of deeper consumer relationships. So that's
and the important thing is that this is not a new thing for us. I mean, we've been a leader in corporate diversity for decades, and so I think to find a property that aligns so well to our values and be able to help assist and expand that conversation and demonstrate that value, I think is just again a great fit.
Absolutely. Cool. And then, Jim, you had touched upon the relationship with the Women's World Cup and with Alex Morgan, but I'm not sure we went, super deep into it. So I was wondering if you could, talk a little bit more kind of specifically about how that sponsorship worked, and sort of what were some of those different business benefits that you were able to derive sort of working like at the World Cup level, at the global level, and specifically with Alex, who we know is a really kind of like reputable and well-known figure within that community.
Yeah, we did a campaign called Band Together with Alex, and she's got her pre-wrap headband that she always wears, and it was kind of this effort to tell that story and connect with kind of the youth that look at them as role models, and the U.S. Women's National Team as role models, and so we tied it in leading into the World Cup a few years ago. Had a significant media buy with Fox, and was able to roll that out in a creative way. And, Alex, we partnered with her for a number of years afterwards, and she was, phenomenal in our, conferences, meetings, events, other things that we would spend time with her. So it's great to be able to, reconnect with her as a player for Orlando and in the NWSL. And, we've got a lot of learnings on that. I mean, we've taken different approaches to sponsorship over the years. That was a little more media heavy, talent heavy piece. But what we do with Peyton, what we've done with Jack Nicklaus, Dale Jr., Danica Patrick, others, we take a little bit of learning from each of those and try to apply it in these new relationships we get in.
Very cool. So I guess my one of my last questions, something that I think would be interesting to cover. You guys obviously have deep relationships within sports marketing and broad, right? You've mentioned NASCAR and PGA and soccer and NFL. So what's next? Like, what are you excited about? Maybe not even like a new sport, but a new area, or how does the sports marketing practice inside of Nationwide sort of continue to build and prepare for whatever the future of sport looks like?
Yeah, I think it's evolved in this last year. I mean, we've talent's always been an incredibly important part of what we do. Experiences are an important part of connecting with our business partners and producers. And I think as we move to a more business to business focused effort, I think leveraging the access and the talent in a unique way has helped us bridge this very tough year and having to go virtual. And we've created some incredible experiences. The first ever virtual Pro-Am last May with a number of golfers, Tiger Woods, Jack Nicklaus, Peyton Manning, and some experiences that we were able to connect with our business partners in that unique way. But we've probably done 50 to 60 other virtual events since that time, including the NFL draft a few weeks ago with Peyton and Trevor Lawrence and a few others. That it's just a different way to connect and broaden the reach. And I think that's going to stay. We're going to get back to in person and and host and entertain. But I think the interesting part is with talent schedules and all that, that's been an element that is going to live long term, that we're going to continue to expand and work with our talent in the NWSL to connect with different audiences and targeted audiences. So I think that flexibility and people's comfort level of spending a half an hour on a Zoom call and having a real two-way conversation with an NFL player or an NWSL player has been kind of an eye-opener to us that that our guests and our producers really get a lot out of.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting, right? We've all been in each other's homes, forever. And, but thinking about that as it relates to your real talent relationships and trying to bring some of those experiences that you guys have, been so strong at in person and sort of translating them over virtually. I'm sure you guys had some really interesting learnings there. How does a virtual pro-am work? And my ears perked up when you mentioned that. I'm not sure.
Well, we had to move everything around last year with the Memorial Golf Tournament, which we have coming up actually in a couple of weeks here in Columbus. And we were able to, get time with Jack Nicklaus. Tiger Woods was playing in the event at the time. And, it was kind of a build of the evening and had Peyton Manning spend a little time doing a Q&A with our guests, and then actually did breakouts with 10 individual pros. So you had Rory McIlroy and Phil and others that would actually do a little Q&A with a smaller group of, 5 to 7 people. So they got the big names on the upfront and also the interaction, personal interaction. So it worked really well. People loved it. It was kind of in the comfort of their own home. You send, gifting and, pre and post-event gifting and all the other things that come with it. But we tried to make, the best out of the situation we could. And it's pretty powerful lineup with, 3 icons like Jack, Tiger, and Peyton.
Absolutely. Yeah. It sounds like, you guys are being nimble and that sounds pretty great. So good for you guys. Cool. That's all I have for you, Jim. I think, that was really insightful, and hopefully a lot of folks listening can kind of learn from some of your best practices and the successes that you guys have had at Nationwide. And I really enjoyed talking to you. So thanks very much for the time.
Yeah. Appreciate the time. Good catching up.
All right. Well, that was great. We appreciate the time that Jim and Matt, spent and sharing with us. We are very excited for real world events, sports, and beyond. But with that, we're going to keep the show rolling. We have another amazing group, 4 fantastic women and senior industry leaders. We have Andrea Brimmer, the Chief Marketing and PR Officer at Ally. We have Jill Kress, the Vice President of Consumer Marketing at PayPal. We have Sarah Toussaint, the Vice President of Sports Marketing at Wells Fargo, who I believe may also have some interesting news to share. And then we have Courtney Burgess, the Vice President of Brand Partnerships at Minute Media. So welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Andrea, Courtney, Jill, Sarah. Sarah, was I wrong? Did I see some interesting news on LinkedIn today?
Yep. I'm sporting my jersey, officially a co-owner of the Courage. We can talk about that later.
That's awesome. Well, it is great to have you here. We've had a fantastic program, so hopefully we can hear more about that today. Talk a little bit about sports marketing, about your insights into partnering with various leagues and franchises here as we talk about soccer, MLS, NWSL, and beyond. So, Courtney, I will turn it over to you to kick off the conversation, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Thanks, David. Appreciate the introduction. And ladies, it's great to have you all virtually on this panel. Excited to talk about a sport that's near and dear to my heart, in soccer. And I know something close to all of you as well, both individually and as businesses. So for those that are on the line with us, I'm Courtney Burgess. I lead partnerships for Minute Media and the Players Tribune. And to kind of kick things off and have each of you introduce yourself, my first question to each of you is, 1, a quick intro, and 2, how has each of your brands entered the game of soccer? I think Ally, Wells, PayPal have each come into the sport in a very different way and a different point of entry. So would love to hear from you. Let's start with you, Jill.
Hi, thanks, Courtney. So great to be here with everyone. I'm Jill Kress. I look after consumer marketing at PayPal, which also includes Venmo. And so, we have just recently solidified a 10-year naming rights sponsorships with the San Jose Earthquakes. And so it is our first partnership in the MLS and soccer space. And we're really excited about it. For PayPal, this was really an opportunity for us to invest in our local community. We are very much a part of the San Jose fabric and have been since our inception. We are a community of stakeholders at PayPal across our consumers and the merchants that we serve. And we're really excited about the opportunity that this sponsorship has to embrace the local fans, the consumers, but also to find ways to bring the community into this sponsorship, to look at opportunities through pass-through rights, to support our small businesses, and just, use this as a platform to bring our stakeholders together and to support the incredible community that is San Jose, California.
Love it. Congratulations to you and the team. Andrea, let's go next to you.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm a lifelong soccer player. I played college soccer at Michigan State for 4 years. I've been playing my whole life. So my boss accuses me of sponsoring what I love, but that's the privilege of being able to sit in this chair. So it has been an awesome journey for us. I mean, it really for us began with ICC, and we sponsored the soccer friendlies in this country for a number of years and continue to do that, both the men's as well as the women's. And then we had an opportunity to sponsor the new team coming into Charlotte, the Charlotte MLS team, which for us was awesome. We have a huge footprint, obviously, in Charlotte, one of our corporate headquarters, Detroit and Charlotte. So to be able to join the Tepper organization and to take on that sponsorship is just a huge pride point for us as a kit sponsor, which we're really excited about, and really trying to approach it by being an ally to the community and to the fans. And then the opportunity came up to sponsor the National Women's Soccer League. I've known Lisa Baird, who's the commissioner, for a long time, and we've been talking about this over the course of a couple of different months, and we just jumped in with both feet. We were really excited about it. And I will tell you the thing I'm the most excited about, and I know we'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, Courtney, is the Player Impact Fund that we established that's going to give the women accessibility to funds to really help them, support them in their journey and their training, and really the craft of being the best in the world at soccer.
That's amazing. And I can't wait to learn more about that. Excited for Charlotte to get an MLS team, and know Ally's been a part of it since the inception, if not before the inception. So excited to hear more about that as well. Sarah, we have a co-owner, an investor here. So would love to hear more about Wells. I know they've been a long time partner of the MLS. Yeah, let's go to you.
Yeah, I have to say, Jill and Andrea, I've been keeping an eye on PayPal and Ally Bank for a couple of years now, and I knew these moments were coming. But congratulations on breaking into soccer, really more empathetically. So Wells Fargo, we tiptoed in soccer back in 2011, also through San Jose. That's where our regional headquarters, our national headquarters now are located in San Francisco. So we want to be where our community, where our customers are, and that was a big. That was really important to connect with the Quakes. So that was a testing ground. Despite Wells Fargo having a pretty large, well-known brand, I'm from Chicago. There are no Wells Fargos really in Chicago, but I knew the brand. However, it didn't become a national brand until after 2008, 2009. And so when we sponsored Major League Soccer, part of it was to address two things. One, it was to make it known that we are no longer a regional bank, we're a national bank. And so the Major League Soccer was our first national league deal, in addition to La Selección Mexicana, which is the Mexican national team. And the reason why we sponsored both MLS and Mexico was because a couple things. Demographics continue to shift. 2010 census came out, Hispanic growth booming, continues to boom, and both MLS and the Mexican national team addressed a huge growth market. MLS, of course, also addresses big millennial growth. So those were really the two large factors for why we entered soccer. Since then, we've been a league sponsor of both Mexico, MLS, club teams in MLS, club teams in USL. To my utter heartbreak, we did not sponsor NWSL. I actually did chat with them back in 2018, but there were a lot of reasons why we couldn't move forward, including a good half the league at the moment, or at the time, sorry, we're not located in Wells Fargo markets, which is, like I said, is really important for us to be where our customers are. So since then we've activated around World Cups, Copa America, Gold Cup. So anything that's really focused on the U.S. and soccer, we've tried to connect with. And then today, I could, Ally beat us to NWSL. And so personally, I said, you know what, I really, really want to invest in women's soccer however I can. And I'm really, really excited. This is the first time I'm talking publicly about the Courage. So it was announced this morning, and I'm kind of beyond myself here.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. So exciting. Saw the announcement. It's a great time for the sport for a lot of reasons, and exciting you're part of it in such a big way in North Carolina. So just to get more into what each of you had brought up, Andrea, like, congratulations again, official partner of the NWSL. I know you just mentioned it, one of the elements being the Player Impact Fund. You know, here at the Players Tribune, we've been working with a lot of the women in the league to really fight for pay equality, and give them the platform to really speak out, and seeing a brand come to the table and, you know, commit to putting some of those sponsorship dollars to the players directly is a really big deal. Can you share more about just that partnership, how it came to life, and specifically the Player Impact Fund?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, in terms of the sponsorship, as I mentioned, you know, we've been growing our footprint in soccer over the years. And I neglected to mention that we also sponsor the Detroit Football Club, which is one of the feeder teams into the MLS here in Detroit, both men's and women's. And, you know, what was really nagging at both myself and Bridget Sponsky, who's my head of sports and brand marketing, was that we really wanted a more expansive growth in women's sports. And we love soccer on so many levels. You know, Sarah touched on some of the diversity. The demographic is wonderful, you know, the upward trajectory of it in the country. And so being able to get into National Women's Soccer League was so exciting for us. They're great partners. And, you know, I think Lisa Baird and her team have done an unbelievable job in terms of all the big brands that they're bringing in, which is awesome. For us, I think something that was really important to Bridget and I was this idea that women need parity. They need big brands to come in and do deeds, not just talk about words. It's really easy just to come in and slap your logo on some stuff. It's harder to take a portion of your budget and allocate it to the players to say, whatever you need, this fund is available to you. And so, you know, I think the issue was illuminated during the Final Four, right? The NCAA Final Four, with the viral video around the disparity between the men's locker room and the women's locker room. That's what this Player Impact Fund was made for. You need weight equipment, request. You need help with daycare because you're training, request. It's meant to be able to give the women this leg up so that they can achieve kind of their best selves in terms of the sport. And it boggles my mind because if you think about how strong the women's teams are, the incredible success of the women's Olympic team, the incredible success that we've had in World Cups, just dominant. And there should really not be any disparity on any level, whether it's pay or availability of funds. And so we're looking to really try and help correct that.
Absolutely. It's one of like the missions on our side too, is we want to highlight the best athletes in the world, period. And especially in soccer, the women are just so dominant. So excited to see that come to life and really allow them to do what they do best in their career. I think one common thread here is like how all of the activations and commitments in soccer really are tied to the community or the player or the fan bases on a local level. Sarah, I know that Wells Fargo, like we mentioned, longtime partner of the MLS, one of the core pillars is the community MVP program. Can you just share a little bit more about what that program is for those that might not be familiar and how it's evolved, especially, you know, the past year and everything that's transpired?
Yeah. And I'll talk also a little bit about the Mexican national team. And again, even though we sponsor Mexico, we're focused on the US Hispanic market. But with Community MVP, it's a program that we've executed since the beginning of the league sponsorship, which essentially is recognizing soccer, you know, a soccer fan in each of the MLS markets who've contributed to their communities through, you know, using soccer as a vehicle to do that. And so nominations are open across the country. Each team selects a person to represent that team, and then there is a voting aspect to it. And there's a grand prize at the end that's increased throughout the years, but has been anywhere between $10,000 and $25,000. And it becomes a voting. It started off as a voting kind of mechanism. So a lot of fan engagement. What's really neat, you know, is to see fans within those markets, within those teams, and players like cheer on their local MVP and hopefully win that CMVP prize. And we've turned, fan engagement, community involvement, we've turned it into the content we've captured from those moments. We've actually been able to cut down to 30-second spots. So instead of putting a brand ad, for example, we will highlight the nonprofits that have been nominated. And so that's what we've done throughout the years. Pandemic certainly hit. The program shifted a little bit in that it didn't diverge too much, other than we didn't have people, in an all-star game acknowledging them on the field. That was, a sad loss, but we made it such that every person who became a nominee won some type of financial aspect that they could take back to their local communities. What we did do that was really different was last year, everybody kind of stood still. Everybody, was really just suffering. And a lot of the big issue that came was food insecurity. Wells Fargo turned a lot of idle branches into mobile food banks. So people can come through, drive through, pick up some food. We tied that national initiative with soccer so that during the MLS is Back tournament that started back in June, for every assist that was made, we would contribute financially to a local food bank in the MLS market. And so over the course of a couple of months, we were able to raise $135,000, which is wonderful. Obviously, a lot of pressure on some of the players to get those assists right for the goals, and that was a big piece.
Of course.
And then as far as the community, the other way I look at community, especially in the Hispanic market, is identity, right? And I didn't want to bring that up because I think sometimes that is missed. And so some of the content we created a couple years ago, even before the pandemic, politically, it was a very tense moment after the 2016 elections. And so we, in light of the World Cup, in light of these political situation, we created some really amazing national TV campaigns that really celebrated, it was around the Mexican national team because the US didn't qualify, but the men's team at least. And so really created some key moments to acknowledge the Hispanic fan base that I think really spoke to what we were all dealing with at the time. And I will say, it didn't go without any controversy, but I'm really, really proud to say, like, the fans that we wanted this to resonate with, like, really stepped up. I mean, it's rare when somebody's like, "Oh, that's my bank. I love you, bank." You don't always hear that, right? Compared to maybe a CPG product. And, exciting to kind of put my hat on, for that first week of the World Cup, it was the most brands talked about: Nike, Adidas, and Wells Fargo. So.
Awesome. Congratulations to, I know everyone had a pivot this past year, but really making a meaningful impact in the community. Certainly special. So, speaking of those local ties, Jill, with PayPal, finalizing the stadium naming rights deal right in the backyard of San Jose with the earthquakes. Like, what does this mean for PayPal? I know you have an extensive background in sports sponsorships, and this is really one of a big way of entry. Can you share a little bit more about like what that means? How are you activating in stadium, and potentially going forward, just the future of how you guys plan to activate in sport?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're so excited about this being our entry point into a holistic approach to sponsorship and the experiential angle. So again, we thought about this across the stakeholders that we have. And at the foundational level, we wanted to use this as an opportunity to look at this moment in time that we're in as fans start to come back into stadiums and use PayPal Park, which is the name of the stadium. So to use PayPal Park to reimagine the future of live event experiences, and doing that by leveraging PayPal's payment technology. And so you'll see a real effort to drive seamless commerce so that fans can really participate in the game and not have commerce as a barrier to how they get their food, how they get their merch, et cetera. So lots of technology integration that will be playing out. And we're excited about that and introducing consumers to that experience. The other thing is really investing in the local community. And so one of the things I'm really excited about is we have a set of designated seats in the stadium that will be reserved for a community a local community group, a not-for-profit, a children's group that we want to expose to the game of soccer. And we'll be working closely with the mayor's office to leverage that space in a way to involve the broader San Jose community. And then, the other thing that we're really excited about is this opportunity to take our rights and pass those through to small businesses. So, kind of taking a page from Intuit's approach at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, where they, bought the spot and then gave it to one of their customers. And so we're really excited to highlight, that PayPal is a two-sided network, and we connect buyers and sellers, and really very much the advocate and champion of small businesses. So how can we promote a local small business and actually give them access to the many assets that we have, including signage and some of our on-air rights and things like that, to promote those local businesses as part of the activation, and then, use it as a venue to celebrate our employees, give them, access to the experience, and clients, right? Sort of through some of the traditional access that we have. So we really think it's an opportunity for us to make it a place, a gathering place to delight fans, to support our customers, and to just test our way into, that intersection of technology, experience, how live events can be made more seamless, so that you can focus on the event itself, and really start to engage with those stakeholders.
Yeah, well, congrats to you and the team, and I think making it accessible, right, to see a live sporting event. That's not something that everyone has an opportunity to do always, and making sure that the community is able to enjoy the stadium. Just super exciting times, and look forward to being able to get to a live event here in New York, at least some point in the near future. So this is a question more for all of you, but at Minute Media, the Players Tribune, we're really doubling down in our coverage of the sport. We've officially become an MLS partner, which is super exciting for us as a brand. We're entering a really exciting stretch in North American soccer, right? We have the World Cup next year, but 2026, the World Cup is coming back to the US, which I'm super excited for. It always gets a massive influx of attention, the MLS being born from the World Cup in '94. What do each of you hope happens to the game leading up into the World Cup? Whether that be with the NWSL, MLS, obviously the growth of even coverage of the global game here in the States. You mentioned, Sarah, the Mexico national team, but just would love to kind of hear like the 5-year outlook for the sport. Jill, we can start with you.
Well, as you said, it's such an exciting sport. And yeah, through my tenure as a marketer, I spent the good majority of my life and career at MasterCard, and we were very invested in this sport. And what's so exciting is it is such a moment for the fans, right? And PayPal is a brand that is grounded in democratization of financial inclusion. And so as we look at those moments in those events, really creating an opportunity for, fans to be a part of that experience, as it relates to, the events, those events taking place, likely in our stadium, and just, the leaning into that, right? And sort of understanding that passion point, really figuring out how we can provide as much access to the people who love the game, and really be a part of what I think will be an incredible celebration. And it's just, as you've all been saying, it is such a moment for soccer, for football, and for a brand like ours who cares so much about understanding our consumers and creating access to them, thinking about how we can create access through experiences, and exposure to a game like soccer is really exciting for us.
Amazing. Thank you. Sarah, I'll kick it off to you.
Let's see. Obviously as much, coverage of soccer on broadcast would be fantastic, especially NWSL. Obviously, I'm now personally invested in biased, so I want to see more of that, more ratings. I'd love to see more brands activating around it. Myself included in my work, right? We are used to seeing the big kind of 4 leagues out there on display aisles at the supermarket or at the grocery store or online. So as much activation, I think, as possible. Some more storytelling, on the Players Tribune or Minute Media channels, right? I think that both MLS and NWSL players have, everybody, doesn't matter who are you, you've got a story to tell, but I think there's a lot of extraordinary stories out there that aren't getting told. Same thing. I think I also want to see more brands kind of tapping into diverse segments in soccer. We're seeing a lot of, the Hispanic market's has always really been there for soccer, but we're seeing the African American segment like really buying in. You go to Atlanta, and you're seeing like Atlanta United has probably the most diverse fan base I've ever seen. It's Indian, it's it's Asian, definitely Latino, Black. LA, same thing. So more of that be really exciting. There's a lot. Like you said, there's 2020. There's Qatar. There's Qatar. There's Australia, New Zealand. Like it's a lot. I'm getting overwhelmed. I'm gonna stop.
all exciting things. Andrea, would love to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure that I have a lot that I can add onto what both Jill and Sarah said well. I think the thing for me is that sports become successful in this country as brands support them and give them visibility. And I think that, NWSL is a great example. It's at a tipping point, right? You famously know a couple years ago, they had a hard time attracting any brands, and now they're pulling in huge brands. They signed Nationwide or announced Nationwide and us within 24 hours of each other. And so that's incredible. And, for me, it's awesome to see brands like PayPal and Wells Fargo and ourselves and Nationwide and all these great brands be a part of the coming up of the game. And for me, as an ex-soccer player, and to see how rabid the younger generation is, it's probably one of the most popular sports with youth in this country. And so I think it's the coming of age of soccer. And I'd love to see more and more brands really put substantive commitments behind igniting this sport in our country and creating the same kind of fandom around it that exists internationally. And as that happens, it will attract media followership. It will attract, more and more sponsorship dollars, and it will be better and better for the players. And those are the kinds of things that I think will happen. It's a beautiful sport. I love it. I've always loved it. I've loved it since I was a little kid. And I'm just excited that we have an opportunity to share it with the world.
Absolutely. And, we're watching too. We've been highlighting stories. Like we did an amazing piece with Sydney Thoreau called Bad as a Mother, right when she became a mother and having to compete as a mom and the balance. And now even with some of the women playing internationally, we're having more international players come and compete here. Messi just came out and said his dream was to compete in the US, right? So excited certainly about what's to come, and more excited that there's brands stepping up to the table to help just elevate the game, but especially the women's game, which leads me to my next question. So we have here an all-female panel on soccer marketing. We've talked a lot about why more big brands need to step up and support women's sports. We spoke about what happened at the NCAA tournament, or lack thereof, I should say. I just was reading this morning about something taking place, I believe, with an NCAA regional golf tournament, them canceling it because of uncertain golf course conditions. But just would love to hear, can each of you share your thoughts on stepping up, more support the women's game, and not even just the soccer, but really just across the board? Maybe Jill, we start with you again.
Yeah, sure. I think for us as brands, it's really understanding our audience, right? And women are a huge part of our audience. And I think how we show up in supporting, sponsorships that include women, opportunity for women, is something that's really important, I think, as we look at diversifying our portfolio of investments in how we think about how we show up in the communities that we serve, not only here in the U.S., but also, around the world, given that we're a global brand. So it's as a brand that's very much grounded in a mission of inclusivity, understanding, those consumers of all kinds, but women definitely as a part of that is a big part of our thinking.
Absolutely. Sarah, we'll go to you.
Yeah. Everything Jill said. The things that I keep thinking about are, as we look at consumer data, we know the younger generation want to align themselves with brands that support things that they believe in. I think the women's sports leagues across, whatever sport you're in, and this is growing beyond just the U.S. Represent really social change, right? Whether we're talking about racial justice, whether we're talking about paid family leave, what have you. I think the women are certainly leading. We saw that with the WNBA. They are leading those conversations. We know, Gen Z, millennial. This is they want to put their money in with organizations that they can support. Again, I'm really excited to be a Courage co-owner for that reason. Half the ownership team at this moment is, immigrant or first generation here in the U.S. They were some of the first teams to be, aligned with Black Lives Matter. And anyhow, I can go on about the team forever if anybody wants to have a different conversation. But yeah, just really, really excited about where we're at.
Congrats on a personal level to you again. Super exciting. That's awesome. Andrea, some final thoughts?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that we know that for women athletes, it's just different. It is, they for too long have not been treated equitably, either in terms of pay or access or support. It's hard, just like it is being a woman that works. They're oftentimes they're moms, they have very full schedules, they're juggling a lot, and they're trying to be a world-class athlete. And I just feel that brands have a responsibility to step up. And in some cases, and this may sound odd, but overpay. Because in order to really help lift women's sports, brands are going to have to come in with substantive investment levels. And sometimes that's not going to value out. It may not be a 1-for-1. And I think we have to accept that as brands, and we have to do the right thing, right? And so for me, that's what I would love to see more big brands doing, because if we don't get out of our own way with trying to pencil everything out and have everything out to these, perfect valuations, the women's sports will never advance, and a sport like soccer will never advance to the extent that it can. So you kind of have to take a bet, jump in, and start running down the field.
Totally. This is big. It's bigger than just sponsorship. It's about creating change and standing up for something that really matters. So one question we have, and our final question for this panel, is each of you have been in marketing and sponsorships, and have pretty amazing career paths. Being in financial services for one, from a brand perspective, but also in sports and marketing. One piece of advice you have for not just women, but people looking to break into our industry, which we all know can be quite competitive. Just one piece of advice for those, which I know we have a lot of current students on the panel here listening in. Jill, would you like to start?
I love that question. And I think, it's been such a pleasure to hear Sarah and Andrea and catching up with you as well yesterday talk about this. I think the thing that has served me really well has been to bring not only my head, but my heart, and I think, Andrea's last example, the decisions that Wells made that Sarah represented, it's because executives showed up with intention around their own personal passion for this kind of support for a sport, for a segment of fans, for a segment of players, women in this case, as we're talking about, or different demographics. So I think it's that getting beyond the math and the models, but leading with a little bit of heart as it meets the head as well.
I love that. Love that. Andrea, some career advice from you?
Yeah, I mean, career advice from me is, just know that there's a lot that you can do in this space, and you can intersect your personal passion. And it's really important to find, something that intersects what you believe in from a value set standpoint, to find the kind of company and to find the kind of career that intersects what you believe in personally, because you'll be a better self if you find something that you have that extreme passion about. For me, that's what I've loved about working at Ally. That's what I've loved about this job. And, kind of all joking aside with my boss, like he said, I know you love soccer, and I think it's awesome that you get an opportunity to help bring the sport to life in this country. And those are the important things. Those are the things that matter. So find the things that matter to you.
Love that. Thank you. Sarah, final thoughts. Close us out.
Ditto Jill, ditto Andrea. The last piece, really fast, I'd say find ways. I'm not talking about networking necessarily, that's a part of it, but follow people on Twitter, follow on LinkedIn, engage, share actually dialogue. People are paying attention. I've signed contracts based on conversations I've and friendships and relationships I found on Twitter, because I noticed somebody's being really smart about a topic that I want to work on. So I just say, kind of show up.
Love that. Well, thank you all for joining. Really appreciated the conversation. And have a great rest of your weekend, and good luck with all these big announcements that have come from each of your respective businesses. Super exciting. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. Thanks, Jill.
Bye.
Sarah.
Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, that was very interesting. Really great perspective from everybody there. And Sarah, I hope, well, she's just gone, but I really hope we all get a jersey. Can we, you're going to send a jersey to everybody now, right? Okay.
If you sponsor the Courage, let's talk.
Best pitch I've heard
today. You
today.
get all the jerseys you want, Kieran.
Best pitch I've heard today, Sarah. Awesome job. Well done. And congratulations again. Well done to you. So that was really brilliant to hear how some of these brands are now programming, and we're going to go from one group of fantastic women leaders in society and business as they develop all their programming into another group of panel with women who are championing exactly what's going on in industry and in society. We're joined by the team from Pepsi, who is going to be moderated by Mel Ruiz. You will have seen recently the huge announcement from Pepsi where they, and this is just one of the many things that they're doing, so I don't want to steal any thunder here, but they announced $1 million where they're going to contribute into underserved areas inside the community. And I saw announcements that followed on from that of real communities, because we were speaking earlier on about Alan Rothenberg about communities and community programming, and Pepsi are ahead of the game, and they are already serving those communities and understanding what it is to be culturally relevant and to be very, very specific, which is just, it's amazing. I'm really excited to hear some of this. So we have with us today, we have Mirella Estrella, we have Sarah Guzman, and we have Esperanza Teasdale. I apologize in advance if I pronounce any of those wrongs, but with the Irish accent, I'll throw some Irish names out and see how you get on. That's all I'll say on my defense. Mel, you're going to be conducting as moderator today, so I'll hand over to you. So I'm looking forward to listening. So thank you all for joining, and I'll be on the other side listening.
Thank you so much, Kieran. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm super excited about the topic. Before we begin, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Ads Mobile, which is my company. I'm VP of the company. Ads Mobile is a global digital company dedicated to reaching and engaging with US Hispanics via multiple platforms, such as mobile, audio, CTV, and social. We pride ourselves on understanding and having a deep knowledge of the different cultural nuances among Hispanics. And we connect with those audience with curated and custom content that not only sparks their interest, but truly resonates and touches the Latino heart and soul. Joining us today are our friends at PepsiCo
SB, Sarah, and Mariela. If you guys could just tell us a little bit of background about your current roles at Pepsi. SB, if you want to go first.
Sure, happy to, and thank you for having us. Esperanza Teasdale, I lead the Hispanic business unit for our beverages category.
Hi, I'm Sarah Guzman, and I am the head of marketing for our Hispanic business unit on the snacks or food side.
And hi, I am Mariela Estrella. I sit in the Hispanic business unit on SB's team for Pepsi.
Thank you guys so much for joining us today. It's a super exciting topic. Today, we're going to talk about soccer as a platform to engage with U.S. Hispanics, and SB will be kicking it off.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mel, and it's really nice to meet you. And I look forward to hearing more about Ads Mobile, by the way. But yeah, so look, I'm just going to kick it off really to kind of highlight what it is that our company is doing with respect to the racial equality journey for the Hispanic consumer, which we launched last year in October. And since then, many of us have had the pleasure to work on what will help impact our communities and our businesses and our people in the most positive ways. In particular, we've made commitments, to help elevate Hispanic small business owners. So we'll be launching a platform in the next few months there. And what we did a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, to be honest, is, we took the passion for this game, this global game, and Mariela, talks about how beautiful this game is, but the world's game, and brought it to the local community in a way that will help provide access for Hispanic and Black athletes. And I resonate with something that one of the previous speakers talked about, in really, when you're in roles and in companies, leading from your heart and your head. I think what Sarah and Mariela did with this whole platform, that before really was just a business play, right? It was a sponsorship that was more for the business, found a way for it to now all of a sudden impact our community. And so I'm excited for you all to hear about the work they did, and just really how they have created an incredible place for us to just really give back in the most meaningful ways.
Awesome. So I know that Mariela and Sarah are going to touch a little bit about the UEFA global partnership. Sarah, if you want to jump in.
Sure. So, and thank you, by the way, SB, for the great intro. Everyone knows this, but to do something like what we're doing requires support from the very top. So we're really grateful for SB and Antonio and so many of our other leaders for supporting this work and sharing the passion that we have for doing good in this space. So PepsiCo has a global partnership with UEFA. It's our biggest platform around the globe. And it's been an incredible, force for our brands and for our business globally. It's a bit newer for us in the US. And so it's been an awesome opportunity for us to connect with the Hispanic audience and connect with, a very passionate cohort of soccer fans here in the States as well. So for us, this has been a great way for us to collaborate across the snacks business and the beverage unit. And, what we wanted to focus on today was really talking about how we wanted to take this platform and leverage it to do something more impactful in the community. So we're grateful for the invitation and excited to chat more about that with you today.
Awesome. So I have a question. So I grew up from the Bronx. I grew up watching the Yankees, baseball fanatic. My little brother and his friends, they were all in Little League. They worshipped Derek Jeter. It was during Tino Martinez and his home runs, that era. They had barbecues every Sunday during their Little League games. And they were all mostly Puerto Rican and Dominican. Why soccer?
I think that's a great question, and I relate to you, Mel. I am half Puerto Rican and I am half Ecuadorian. So soccer resonates with me from my Ecuadorian side, and then my Puerto Rican side, I'm all about baseball. So, but I think PepsiCo really, as an organization, we recognize the importance of sports across every single pillar, and we invest heavily through our brands within each segment, right? So we are great partners with the NFL, and we have Pepsi Super Bowl halftime show. We have partnerships with MLB teams, racing, esports, NHL, MLS teams, and the list goes on. But with Hispanics, we know there are fans tied to each of these sports, and they're all equally important to them, which is why we are present in each, and we activate through sponsorships of our brands in each respective sport. But soccer in particular lives within the heart of the Latinos. So you have to keep in mind that Americans' growing Hispanic population reached about 60 million people in 2019, and it's growing yearly. And more than 37 million people in the US speak Spanish at home. So it's making it the most common non-English language in the United States. So we want to make sure that the language and cultural barrier that has carried over into the soccer world is really touching our fans, and we're speaking to them in an authentic way. And we're doing this through soccer. And in our case, why our partnership with UEFA Champions League is so very, very important. The Champions League ranks, right behind the FIFA World Cup for soccer competitions watched across the world globally. Keeping in mind, FIFA only happens every 4 years. So we know how important this growing sport is becoming in the US, and it already is. And which is why PepsiCo became a title sponsor, as Sarah said, in 2015 of UCL. So we had a mission to excite and bring fans closer to the athletes and the game that they love. And this year we're delivering impactful programming with purpose, which is what we're accomplishing through Team of Champions.
That's amazing. Well, how do you choose what organizations you're gonna work with?
So we were really fortunate to find a phenomenal partner in an agency called For Soccer Ventures. We worked very closely with them. We continue to work with them, and they helped us identify 11 local organizations across the US that are already showing an incredible commitment to the sport in underserved communities. So we were fortunate to find them, and we feel like we found what we would call a really inspiring group of, we're calling them the starting 11. So this is the first 11 organizations that we will support through this program. They are supporting Hispanic and Black communities across the country, across a variety of different ages and skill levels. We even have one club, Tudela Football Club out of LA, which is an all-girls soccer club. And it was really created with the goal of offering the same level of training and access to facilities and attention to development that the boys are receiving in the LA area. So, it's an amazing starting 11 group. And I would say, in short, it's hard to select just 11 because there are so many great organizations across the country, but we're thrilled with the ones that we have, and we really look forward to increasing and adding to the impact that we can have over the coming years.
Amazing.
Yeah, the stories are really incredible. Even the video that we saw when the grants that were gifted to the organizations. But I do want to call out, because I don't know if Mariela will tell you, that she was a member of the Big Apple Soccer League in New York City when she was, and she's very young, but when she was even younger. And so for me, like, it was so touching when she talked about that, as it's almost like full circle. So that's also why this idea of, as marketers, right? Like, we've got this business mentality to focus on what we're doing for our brands and everything. But when the passion that you personally have all of a sudden is connected to an agenda, it just completely changes how you feel about it. And I think all the work that these ladies are doing, and that in general we're doing for PepsiCo for the community, like I say to people, I feel like it's the most important work we will ever do as marketers because of the direct impact into the community.
So I understand that the program just launched, right? In April, you mentioned. It's only been a couple weeks. How has it been received in the community? Where are you right now in the process?
Yeah, so it's going really well. And actually, just to build on SB's comment, I think the best part of the program so far has been sharing the news with these organizations. It's been very emotional, not only for the personal connection, for example, with Mariela's connection with Big Apple, but just overall, these are organizations that put so much passion and hard work into what they do. And, they're not recognized all the time for what they're doing for their communities. And they're continually under-resourced and sort of underappreciated. So I think for all of us, it's been obviously, you know, a great feel-good time, but it's also been for these agencies, or for these organizations, just so affirming for them to understand how important their work is and how much we care about what they're doing. So I think that part, I think for all of us, has been the most powerful and really impactful. But beyond that, the program launch went really well. It generated a lot of impressions, very positive sentiment. I think it's been wonderful to hear how many people have, you know, a relationship with this sport, and for how many people this is going to impact. You know, I think we start to hear the stories come out of the woodwork around, oh, you know, for me, my team, my coach, that was everything for me in my childhood. And I understand just how important it is for other people to have that experience, and people want to pay it forward. So I think to see an organization like ours make a really big commitment over the next few years, you know, is a powerful thing. And I think it will not only create a big impact outside of our organization in these communities, but I would say even internally. You know, this is the kind of program that makes people feel great about working for PepsiCo, and you know, it's exciting and inspiring for our employees and for our brand team members, et cetera. So it's going great. The next phase for us in terms of, you know, what comes post-launch is really about working closely with these organizations and understanding the impact of the donation that we're making. So we're excited about that. We want to stay really close with them and kind of include them as part of the family. So I think that'll be a really exciting next phase of the work.
And just to build off of that, you know, we, outside of the local coverage that has taken place nationally, we've had great, you know, over 300 placements and tons of impressions, but all of our media is really driving back to the website for people to learn more. So it's additional exposure to the leagues who otherwise, you know, would not have a platform to do so. You know, it also really helps that our leading spokesperson is Javier Chicharito Hernandez, who has a huge, massive platform. He's played for the Mexican national team, so he's very, you know, he resonates with our Hispanic cohort. You know, he is currently the leading goal scorer in the MLS playing for LA Galaxy. So there's a lot of momentum there. And outside of, you know, his past with Champions League and Real Madrid and playing for World Cups, you know, he has personally made a commitment to this program, and he's promoted us through his social channels. He's interviewed with broadcast partners. So really spreading the message about the importance that it means to him. And we're so thrilled to have him as a partner for the next 2 years, to just generate awareness of this program and the organizations that are affiliated, because that's the most important part to it, making sure they have a voice outside of, you know, their platform.
That's amazing. I mean, Chicharito, he's well loved among the Hispanic community in the US with that local feel. So in getting this program set up, executing it, have you come about any challenges? Like, what has been any hurdles, if any?
Yeah, it's a great question. I know, I think Sarah hit the nail on it before. I would say our biggest challenge so far was narrowing down the organizations we were selecting really to partner with. In year one this year, we sorted through 55 to 60 organizations with the support of For Soccer Ventures, our agency partner on the program. And we quickly noticed that all of the organizations needed support, especially given COVID implications this year. So we selected organizations, you know, that were evenly spread out across the United States. As an example, we were able to determine really what the rising costs were associated with, you know, youth soccer and the sport itself. And we came to find that the average costs of field time were approximately $100 per hour, depending on the city and where it was geographically and really economically situated. And, you know, equipment is really expensive for this sport. It's $75 on the low end for cleats. It's $30 for balls. So according to Alianza de Football, you know, an operation and organization operated by For Soccer Ventures, we were able to determine that this donation has the ability to create up to 10,000 hours of field time. So permitting for fields across the US, gifting over 13,000 pairs of cleats, and purchasing over 33,000 soccer balls over the year, the 3-year commitment. Just as an example, our biggest hurdle, I would say, to answer your question and go back to that, was really narrowing down our year one starting 11 organizations because they all truly needed the support.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lack of need in the U.S.
No.
So how has the pandemic impacted the planning process here? I remember you guys talking about hearing stories from the mouths of coaches, players, and parents.
Yeah, so that I think was one of the most powerful things that we were able to do. So Alianza de Fútbol helped us really kind of immerse ourselves in the problem. They set up some qualitative groups, some big Zoom calls, which was really wonderful, with former players, with coaches, with families, and for all of us, even with some understanding of the sport, and maybe in Mariella's case, having been a player herself, I think for all of us, it was really impactful to hear it from their words, to understand the stories and the challenges that existed, to envision what it would be like to have to travel up to 2 hours one way just to get to your soccer practice, or what it might be like if you have a team in an inner city and all of the fields are committed for the next 10 years. I mean, the stories that we heard were really impactful. And I think that took it from a place of, this could be a really neat idea if we could do something, to, oh my gosh, we need to make this happen. I mean, it's a big issue. And the access challenges in the sport were so overwhelming that I think what happened in the pandemic is those issues just became exacerbated. It was the combination of the economic hardship and the fact that this space and place to play and be with teammates and feel the joy of the sport was suddenly missing from so many people's lives. So if anything, the pandemic just made this work more important and more urgent. So, in that sense, I think we're all looking forward to, getting people back on the field and really having the gift of the game be able to come to life. So we're starting to see that happen, and that's exciting for all of us.
That's beautiful. With the pandemic and everything going on, I mean, I often think about just a trip, to the park with my daughter, and how we weren't doing that a couple months ago, and now she goes to the park and she's seeing the same people she saw before, her friends, and just seeing the joy on her face and just having that connection, that physical connection. You can't beat it. So it's something super beautiful, and this is a great opportunity, and super excited for what's to come. So you guys mentioned a 3-year commitment. So what will be different next year? You're gonna have your first year. You're gonna learn, what works, what doesn't. But do you have any plans for year 2 and year 3?
We're planning it now for sure. If you think about year 1, we hit the ground running, really. We did this in Sarah, like 3 months, 4 months. From brief conception to reality, it took about 4 months. And if you think about that, that's pretty quick. So year 1 was really about setting the foundation and the model for the program to be successful and deliver on our racial equality promise to the community through the soccer organizations. Year 2 will include, of course, 11 new organizations and new cities to highlight. And in addition to this, we're also figuring out ways, through Pepsi to find a way to give back to the Access U Foundation from a retail activation standpoint, where the portion of the proceeds go back to Access U. Access U is a nonprofit organization that's also managed by For Soccer Ventures, and they are designed to help rising Hispanic and Black players pursuing academics and then also the sport through their careers. And so hopefully there's an extension of that we're looking at. And then in year 1, we were able to support 20 students through the Access U Foundation. So really excited about that. And then year 3, it's about making sure it's our last year that we have been able to impact as many organizations across the states through our donation, and seeing the impact play out year over year, because 2022 to 2023 is also a monumental year that marks the 30th anniversary of UEFA Champions League. So in partnership with UEFA, our brands and our leading captain, a team of champions, Chicharito. We hope to share stories that really celebrate the legacy of this platform and its connection with Champions League. They have, UCL has great ambassadors, a program for coaches that we're looking to work with to support the academic athletes in the Access U Foundation through mentorship. So there's a ton that we can do through our partnership with UCL, with Team of Champions program, and through our brands. So we're building that now. And I think we've done, for year one, we've checked the list on a lot that we want to accomplish, but there's still a lot more that we can do. So excited for the road ahead.
I'm excited as well. And you guys did share a video that you wanted to present on this session. Can you play that video?
We all know about these champions, but you probably haven't heard about these champions. These are the people making a difference.
Just a delicate touch. Keep it up.
Who know a goal can light us up.
So good. Oh!
And that the gift of the game can spread joy in the community. That's why I'm teaming up with Pepsi and Lay's. Together, they're making a commitment of $1 million to support grassroots soccer organizations, our team of champions, in select cities over the next 3 years.
It can take you from having a love of a sport to having a passion of a sport. That's all right, we'll keep it going, we'll keep it going.
It's so pure, and it's everything that we all need.
Yes, Liz! There we go. It brings joy to the girls. We are all a big family.
What it means to see these kids achieve maybe just a sliver of what we give them in life, you're really doing your purpose. All right, girls, be you. That's always enough. And play!
From playing soccer with my friends until today, my driving force has always been the love for the game. Everyone should have the same opportunities. And this team of champions will make it happen. More smiles, more opportunities, more joyful communities. Let's make this game a reflection of us all. Vamos!
It's a wonderful video. I think we're going to go now to Q&A from the audience. And let's see. Our first question. This past year, we've seen incredible innovation across all industries. Tell us about new innovative ways your brand is connecting to consumers today. Whoever wants to take that one.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
I think there's so many different ways that I think we're connecting with consumers. I think in this example, for us as a team and even working, across our Hispanic business unit, so much is about just connecting with culture and connecting across passion points. So this is a great one in terms of, really tapping into a huge passion point for our targeted cohort for the broader community. But there are a lot of things that we're doing across our teams to engage consumers in more powerful ways. I would just say that the common thread is connecting with in culture in a really authentic way. So finding ways to connect on passion points and making sure that it feels really seamless and genuine. And I think that's probably the key word I would hone in on, is just the genuineness of the voice and the program is so important. I don't know, Mariella, if you want to add anything.
No, yeah, I know innovation comes in so many forms. It could come in product packaging and, new creations of CSD, water, snacks. But I think the importance of this program was that, okay, we've kind of hit the nail on the products that make sense tied to the sport, right? So for us, at least in the US, because our partnership, as an example, with UEFA is global. In the US, we were really missing that pillar of, okay, but what are we doing through the sport to give back? So I think when we think about innovation and marketing programs, it's always a must for us at PepsiCo to think, okay, but how is this giving back to community, giving back to the fans, the consumers, the people who really enjoy our products and have been there with us from the beginning? And that's the community element that we need to think through all of our programming. And Team of Champions does that for us and for our Hispanic and Black community. So I would say always being consumer centric is really important outside of innovation, because I think in order to have that 360, you really need to check that box.
Right. so here's another question. This is a big one. What did it take to get this kind of program sold in internally from a senior level?
I think that's a great one. Honestly, it's almost like the key question, you know? So, and this is, I think it's the most fun, you know, at times it's also the most challenging, but on a program like this, as soon as people hear what is really out there in terms of opportunity, it becomes something that is no longer a question. And I think that's what happened to us is, you know, we heard from the voices of people in the sport and in the community about the need that existed. And then we have, as SB talked about earlier, this broader commitment and the idea that you heard coming out of Chicharito's mouth in the video, this idea that this is a sport that should be a reflection of all of us, that where we should be able to play a role in making sure that everyone has access. And as soon as it becomes bigger than just about our brands or our businesses, everyone wants to be a part of this. Like, absolutely, who wants to say no to that program? I think that's the question is, how do you position it in a way where no one wants to be the person in the room that says no? And I think that is really what we were able to do in partnership with For Soccer Ventures and with Alianza de Fútbol. And it became something that was, okay, I know this is going to be a big commitment, but we need to make this happen. How can we do it? And so we ended up spending more time in the space, which was around how. But getting to yes was fairly easy. And then we had a lot more work after that. So I think if you can find a way to emotionally, you know, connect with the internal audience and have them hooked, then from there on, it becomes a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is such a great program. We're super excited that Pepsi is, you know, doing this grassroots effort. I did have one question that I forgot to ask. Are there any additional ways in which you wish to amplify the message? I know you mentioned there was tons of impressions, but do you have a media campaign that's going to be supporting this initiative moving forward?
Yeah, so we leveraged existing media platforms and our existing media investment behind UCL or Champions League and UEFA to get the word out. So that was the timing was very purposeful in conjunction with quarterfinals, et cetera. So we had that, we had the PR support. And then, you know, as Mariela mentioned, we had Chicharito or Javier Hernandez helped us get the word out on his social channels. He's very passionate about it. And he's been really generous in sharing the program with others. So that's been a fantastic way for us to amplify the message. And then our brand teams between Lay's and Pepsi, they've really done an amazing job at making sure that this program comes to life through their brand voice and through their brand purpose. And so much of it for both of the brands is about an expression of joy and really focusing on what the sport does for their fans and for the broader community. So I'd say that overall, I would just say we want to make sure that we're continuing to build on those efforts going forward, but we have had a fairly robust level of support this year and we'll build from there.
And just to build to that, we've been getting questions of like, how can we learn more? What can we do to like lean in? I would say if your brands are interested, if you're interested just as an organization, a consumer, someone that just wants to learn more, I would go to our website, PepsiCoTeamOfChampions.com. And there's a contact us page there. You can also feel free to reach out to myself or Sarah for any questions. I think going into next year, there will be ways of organizations, you know, filling in information if they are in need and they're saying, hey, this speaks to us, we need support. There will be more. So I would check out the website.
Guys, congrats on this program. One more question from the audience. Does this program exist in Spain and Europe?
It should.
Here we go. How about not yet?
Not yet.
The Champions League partnership does, absolutely. So it is a global platform for PepsiCo. The Team of Champions program doesn't necessarily exist globally, but there are lots of other efforts that are focused on supporting communities across the globe as part of the work that we do through Champions League and through soccer. So I think that could be a great topic for a future conversation. Yeah. But we don't have the Team of Champions program name everywhere around the world.
We'll take that back to senior leaders.
Right. Not yet.
All right, guys, thank you so much for your time today. I think that's it from our end.
Thanks, Mel.
Thank you.
Thank
Great being here. Bye.
This was fantastic. Thank you all so much. I got to say, when we had our initial planning conversations with our sports marketing upfronts committee, including some of your colleagues on the Pepsi side, Justin Toman, multicultural, engagement and connecting with communities around the country and around the world was such a key element for us. So I'm so glad we were able to bring this to life. So thank you, Mariella, Sarah, SB, again, Mel for leading this. Our pleasure having you, and we're always happy to host future conversations again when the time is right. So thank you again for joining in. All right, we're going to keep the show rolling. Another powerhouse group of amazing industry leaders, women, and sports marketers talking about their career journeys for a women in sports leadership discussion. It's amazing. Our last two groups of panelists have all been, again, senior industry leaders and all women. So we're thrilled that kind of happened very organically for today's conversation. But we're going to take a little bit of a different approach with this panel, not just talking about the activations and the sponsorships and the partnerships that you guys are leading, but also what you've learned again across your careers in this industry. So we have Shauna, Kerry, Bridget, Marissa, Dana, and Stacy, an amazing group. So welcome. I'm going to turn it over to you, Stacy, our moderator from Cadent, to kind of lead the introductions and kick things off. So Stacy, I will turn it over to you to welcome everyone, introduce yourselves, and kick off the discussion. But we're thrilled to have you guys here.
Great. Thanks, David. I'm excited to be here. I'm really excited to be here to moderate such an important topic of women's sports leadership. Actually, just last night, I was watching ESPN Films, the documentary 144. I don't know if anyone saw it, but about the WNBA bubble. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. It was really inspiring to see all of those powerful women fighting for social justice, gender equality. I think a lot of the things that relate to what we'll be talking about today. But speaking of powerful women, I am very excited to be here today with this group of women, all very talented in their fields, and I'm really excited to hear what you all have to say. So I figured to get things started, let's just go around. If everyone could just introduce themselves, a little bit about their role, and we'll start there. Shauna, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. Thank you, Stacy. I'm so excited to be here and with such amazing women. I'm Shauna Bircher. I head up sponsorship and experiential marketing at Audi of America, and have spent my entire career in sports and entertainment marketing for brands like General Motors and Miller Brewing Company, MasterCard. So very excited today and to share some insights.
Carrie, you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks for having me. Really excited to connect with everyone today and be a part of this panel. I'm Carrie Scalora. I lead Michelob Ultra Sports Marketing at Anheuser-Busch. I have had a few roles in the sports industry, starting out with Fox Sports, then Major League Soccer, UFC, and now I'm on the brand side.
Great. Bridget?
Hi guys, I'm Bridget Sponsky. I run brand strategy, sports and sponsorship marketing at Ally. I've been here for 13 years. I came over from the advertising agency side with a history in sports and entertainment multi-platform initiatives to rebrand the company from GMAC over to Ally, and have been with it since and watched it grow. So excited to be here today.
Great, thanks. Dana?
Hi, excited to be here. So my career is more on the business development side than the branding side, but I have a lot of years in the sports industry, mainly coming from the production and the sports tech side of everything, and working for Intel Sports, currently working with all our European football partners.
Great. Marissa?
Yeah, so Marissa Westlow, I'm Director of Sponsorships at Verizon. I oversee our music vertical as well as a handful of our sports verticals, including soccer. I've been at Verizon for about 2 years now. It's gone rather quickly during the pandemic. I've spent most of my career in sports, probably about 20 years, mostly on the agency side, all the big agencies, and excited to be here.
Great. It's great to have you guys here. So let's dive in. I figured we'd just start off a little personal and get warmed up. I know for me, growing up watching soccer, I always was really inspired by the women's national team. But I'd love to hear from some of you growing up, who were your favorite athletes?
I'll
I
start.
can
I'll
go,
start.
Marissa.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head for me because I was a huge former soccer player and a huge fan of the women's national team in the 90s. And of course the 1999 team. So the entire team I was a fan of: Michelle Akers, Mia Hamm, Julie Foudy, Christine Lilly. Those guys were my role models. So yeah, I followed them a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say the same, Marissa, huge fan of them. I also was like any big Olympic sport, Mary Lou Retton I love, Debbie Thomas, the ice skater. I was a huge Tigers fan growing up too, so Kurt Gibson, but I played a lot of sports growing up, so I feel like anybody that was around me that was amazing, whether it's BMX or gymnastics or softball, I was a huge fan of my competitors that I just emulated as well when I was young. So it was a good environment to grow up and be in awe of so many people.
Yeah, I'm happy to add to that. So I grew up in London actually, and part of growing up there, my parents would take us. It was always a day trip to Wimbledon. So I grew up watching Martina Navratilova, who to me was just amazing, and then Steffi Graf. So I actually got into the women's soccer a little later. Once the 90s hit, I think that World Cup in '99 really was a huge boost for women's soccer. But growing up as a sports fan, watching every sport possible, I came from a family who just loved watching sports, and we would do that as a family activity. My father has only daughters, but he took us to games and we would watch it on TV together, and we all grew up loving sports.
Similar to me.
It's funny, Shauna and I think share a similar spirit. Kurt Gibson was a big one for me. He was like the Detroit Tigers guy. In fact, I'd wear my softball hat really low like him, so I got the nickname Gibby my whole entire childhood. But really, I love the powerhouses of the 92, 96 Olympics team, the gymnastics team, Shannon Miller, Dominique Dawes, Kim Zmestal. I think just as a young girl, like those girls were my age doing really extraordinary things that I was studying. And I think from not only a physical perspective, but what enamored me the most with that was like the grace that they competed with, and their focus and their awareness and the player coach interaction just fascinated me.
Couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's great to see such a nice mix of athletes across all the sports. So that brings me to my next question. I did a little research on you guys, obviously. I learned that a few of you played on your college soccer teams. So I was wondering, how have your personal interest in sports shaped your professional work in sponsorships and sports media? Anyone wants to take that one?
I'll go first, Stacey. You're right. I played soccer in college at Penn. I'm officially a has-been. I'm a little washed up in my pickup leagues, but for me, sports was always a part of my lifestyle and wasn't something that I could see myself giving up once I graduated. And so I knew that a career in sports was going to be the path that I was on. And so not only did I transition into being a sports professional, but I also learned a ton from my soccer career. And the skills that I learned became the foundation for my current professional journey to date. So hard work, how to be a team player, motivation, competition, and most important of all, resiliency too. So I feel as though all of those attributes that I learned being a collegiate soccer player, they've been immensely helpful with building the foundation for my career. And I think we all know that the sports business is super challenging, and it's a tough one to break into too, because the pipeline of talent is pretty vast. But I firmly believe that, not just my passion for sports, but the attributes that I learned in the formative years throughout my, collegiate career propelled me into being where I am today and continuing to learn and grow from it too.
Yeah, I would say very similar, Carrie. For me, I grew up playing soccer. I played basketball and softball. I'm a horrible basketball player, but I managed to make it through high school. And then I was a walk-on at University of Miami and played a year, but I didn't go to school for athletics. And I was a really shy kid, and I agree, like sports taught me a lot and helped develop me as a person. And so there was a point in time where I realized I'm not going to go pro in soccer, and playing in college was a great experience. So how do I make a career out of being in sports? And so I started in college early on. I majored in marketing, minored in sports management, and started internships, just getting my foot in the door, because I still wanted to be around the industry because of, I guess, how appreciative I was in terms of how it developed me. And I completely agree. All of those things that you learn, teamwork, commitment, discipline, dedication, leadership, all of that stuff still applies to, I think, what we do now. And so it's been a good transition. Yeah.
Great. I love it. So focusing more a little bit on the business side of things, I'd be interested to hear from some of you, how are your companies furthering their brand goals through working with sports teams and athletes?
Do you want me to take that one first? I think to be a brand that is talked about, to be a brand that's famous, to be a brand that's loved, you have to be in culture. You have to live in culture, and sports and athletes, I think their culture. Athletes are using their social platforms to support social causes. Fans are supporting brands that are joining in these athletes and organizations that are expressing their values on social media. And I think at Ally, our values are the most important part of our company, and they're all rooted in doing what's right. And the customer's at the center of every single thing that we do. And we have this firm belief that the diversity of thought is critical to progression and success. And in the end, we believe in deeds and not just words. And that values-based spirit is really how we approach our alignments in sports. We're very purposeful in the sponsorships that we have, and that they align with those values, and that they have a voice in culture. The fan and the athlete are at the center of every single thing that we do. How are we an ally to them, to the league, to the communities that we all serve? So when we talk about furthering our business goals, disrupting the idea of traditional sports sponsorship has really helped us to connect to new audiences through different avenues of passion points. Whether those passion points around the athlete or the sport itself in culture. So finding ways to leverage like Alex Bowman's love for animals or Jimmy Johnson's love of marathons to capture a whole new audience who maybe before hadn't even thought about watching a NASCAR race. I think, letting purpose guide us in our sponsorship with the NWSL and a mission to help create that equitable playing field for women on and off the pitch. Andrea Brimmer, who is our CMO, was on a little bit earlier, and she talked a lot about establishing an impact fund that would go directly to the players and unlock opportunity for growth, and amplifying those voices and stories of the athletes speaks so much to a much larger audience than even that goes beyond women's soccer fans. But I think, for us, it's that disruptive approach just provides that runway to not only help build larger fan bases for the league or the team or the athletes, but for our brand. And for us, it's a way as a digital only bank to let consumers feel what it feels like to be an Ally customer.
Awesome. I'd love to build to that one too, if I could. For Michelob Ultra, our brand purpose is to show consumers that living an active and balanced lifestyle doesn't need to be stressful. So since we're a low calorie beer, we lean into the sports space through our key passion points, golf, running, soccer, basketball, tennis, to show our brand. So we've partnered with several sports properties, the NBA, WNBA, PGA Tour, PGA of America, MLS, New York Roadrunners, Miami Open. I don't know how I'm remembering all these, but we do this to serve as a platform for us to tell our brand story and also make sure that our beer gets in the right consumers' hands. But what we've done, mainly from an athlete standpoint over the past year, has pretty much revolutionized our approach from an above the line marketing perspective. So when I came on a year ago, we started partnering with the best of the best athletes, Serena Williams, Anthony Davis, Peyton Manning, Alex Morgan, not cheap, by the way, to show consumers that these rock star athletes can kick, in their respective sport, but they can also have fun when they're off the field, when they're off the court. So if you saw our Super Bowl spot this past year, it shows Serena singing karaoke with her girlfriends, Peyton Manning playing darts in a bar with his buddies, Brooks Koepka having a water balloon fight with his fiance. And it's showing that these athletes aren't just happy because they win, they win because they're happy people. So we've leaned into these big sporting moments and athletes to help us amplify our brand message and make it be that much more relatable, because consumers are aspiring to be these athletes. They look to them. So ultimately, we hope that that's how our brand ethos and message gets transferred onto them.
Great. Passion points really are so important in all of this. Great. So, as this is a panel on women's sports leadership, I think we would be remiss not to discuss the women's coaches and executives that are really blazing the trail out there. So how are sports leaders such as Kathy Engelbrecht of the WNBA, Val Ackerman, Commissioner of the Big East, Lisa Baird of the National Women's Soccer League, and Marlins GM Kim Eng, just to name a few, how are they changing what it means to be a woman in sports leadership?
So I'll start. I think they're helping to change the conversation, and I think debunk this myth that women are not qualified or don't have the capabilities to take on these roles. And I think that's important, and it's inspiring the next generation. I had an executive in a previous role say to me, it's great that we have a female in on the sports account. And I remember thinking at the time when he made this comment to me, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm here because I'm qualified, but what is that statement really saying? And that statement, what is that statement implying? It's implying that it's an exception that females run sports accounts, that it's an exception that females run these roles. So the more we see these momentum of females taking these positions, which I'd love to continue to see, the more it's changing the conversation, where it becomes the norm. And in the future, we get to a point where, this panel doesn't exist. It's just about leadership in sports, and there's natural representation across the board. I think that's the end goal.
Agreed. So I'd love to build on that a bit more. When we think of women in sports, there's a lot of names, big names that come to mind. Megan Rapinoe, Crystal Dunn, Rose Lavelle, Serena Williams, Naomi Osaka, Elena Del Don. The list really goes on and on. All these women, tremendous athletes who have fought and continue to fight for the same treatment in media, the same pay, and the same respect as their male counterparts. How do you guys think that sports provide a platform to raise issues around women's equality?
I'm happy to start here. I think there's two ways to look at it. One is all these, amazing women athletes that you mentioned, they have such a great platform. So for when they voice something, it amplifies the message. And it also is up to us who are kind of, behind the scenes. As much as my esteemed colleague on this panel, none of us have the same following as a Serena Williams or a Megan Rapinoe. And I think it's also up to us on the business side, the sponsorship side within sports, to create that same conversation so that the next time, the next woman who's up and coming doesn't get that comment that, Marissa just mentioned. So I think it's a combination of using all the women with that visibility, all the athletes that have, to voice those, to show it, this year with having women referees in the Super Bowl, women referees in soccer and European soccer, we're seeing more and more of that. So the more visibility we have that helps with the goal of women's equality, but also it's the behind the scenes on the business side that we also have that role to get that message, to be in those mentorship positions, to make sure that the new women that are up and coming within the business are working in a different environment. So it doesn't seem as odd that a woman is taking on a sports media account, or she's not the only one in the room, right? We would love to have a 50-50% of gender equality in the room. So nobody looks at it as, oh, this is strange. So it's both on the visibility and on the behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
Anyone else?
I would just build on that. I think it's also, as Dana was saying, these women that are just using the opportunities that they have to talk about equality, not just about pay, but about treatment overall. I think I certainly point to Serena's time at the US Open and the attention that she certainly brought by arguing a few of the umpires' decisions and how she was treated in that situation compared to some male counterparts. how Naomi Oksana did bring other competitors up, at the end of a match and very compassionately talked about how her competitor played. I think the more we see those opportunities and just showcase them as regular, normal behavior that can be the same for every single person, no matter who they are or where they're from, that starts to create equality in the space. I think those lines for me personally need to get a little bit blurrier between gender and people of color and just see people and treat them all exactly the same. So I think the more that we see those opportunities, the more that people who do have a lot of followers and eyeballs on them are showing some of that vulnerability and compassion and just asking for equal treatment, I think helps give permission to all of us to do that and hopefully becomes more of the norm that we see everywhere.
Agreed. Anyone else? Great. Moving on. I think we mentioned this in the beginning, but you guys are really such a talented group of women, a real dream team, you could call it, of sports marketing. I'd really love to discuss all your roles a little bit in more detail. What I found interesting as we were all talking the other day was that all of you are women in sports leadership roles across marketing, sponsorships, beer, auto, tech, all traditional, real male-dominated industries. I'd love it if you guys could talk about your personal journeys and where you come from and how you've gotten here.
Sure. I also feel like this is like a personal hype squad that we have going on here, just like all this empowerment for women. I love it. Thank you, Stacey. But so for me, I started my career in sales with ad sales at Fox Sports and then sponsorship sales at MLS and then UFC. So not only was I a woman in sports, but if you see being a saleswoman in sports, is fewer and far between. So then when I went to UFC, it was even fewer. But that being said, I've always made it just be a carry thing. And then I've counted on myself to just be able to put in the work to, make a name for myself. And so, the gender bias in sports, mainly in the sports industry, just motivates me just to work harder and stay more on top of my game. And, we're all athletes here in some way. So I'm a competitor at the end of the day. So competition always gets me going.
I think I can jump in. I have a pretty good story in that I just took a lot of risks, I have to say. I showed up one day, basically invited myself to have an internship with IMG at the time. And then my first job, I kind of did the same thing. As soon as I graduated from college, made, back at those days, a lot of cold calls to see who was just hiring in sports sponsorship. And again, invited myself into an agency's office one day because I knew that they were hiring an entire new division and department. It was the first time that they were getting into sports marketing. And at that time, I had worked extensively in motorsports. And as a very young person, knew a lot because of just how much I had done, and realized that they didn't know anything about motorsport where they were. They were definitely stick and ball people. And not that I didn't know that. Also, I just spent a lot of time, and the reactions I was getting from people were more like, should I not know all of these things? That maybe there were some secrets, and was hired on the spot and in probably an elevated role than I would have had I just sent in a resume and gone through the process. And I think a lot of it was just my naivete at the time, for sure, and my passion to be there. But also, I just knew what I knew. Was really exciting. And I would just say for anybody, it's like, just follow your intuition and don't be afraid to take risks. And if you're an expert in something, go ahead and showcase that you are. I also grew up in a very male-dominated family too, around a lot of sports. So it's, I think that helped me just feel a little bit more comfortable in those environments as well.
I'm going to ask, I love what you just said, Shauna. My start was similar in that I was still in college, and someone that I knew worked at the local TV station and was saying, look, they're looking for a part-time position, a PA, basically you're running around bringing water to the anchors. And I said, yes, of course. Who doesn't want to do that while they're in college? And then I just kind of worked my way through the TV station. It was a local sports TV station. And at some point realized that there is a glass ceiling for what I wanted to do in that locale, and looked at the industry and said, well, I really love the production side of it. I love the distribution side of it. There's all this up and coming technology that makes the sports experience more interesting. And as a sports fan, I have something to say in this space. And I think to both your points, Sean and Carrie, it's like, you know what you love, just go for it. And so then I transitioned into working with sports tech companies and saying, look, I understand sports. I know I'm a fan, so I know what the fan is looking for, what the fan wants. I've also have this experience that I'm coming from the production side. So I understand the pain points that are in production. And so then what are the technologies that kind of make that best fit? And it was really just looking at the market, looking at those different companies and sending out my resume to everyone who I could. And, you know, at the end of the day, you do find your that fit. And I think it's very true. All of us working in sports, we know that there is the competitive side of it. There is very much the belief in yourself. If you know what you know, then just, you know, go for it. And, you know, the famous saying of you're always going to miss a shot, but you can't stop taking that shot. And so just don't get discouraged and keep going, because if this is truly what you love, you will find it at the end. You will find that place that has that fit for you. You just need to kind of keep at it, as frustrating as it sometimes can be.
I love
that. Just to add a little bit too, from my perspective, I mean, when I came over to Ally, like my job didn't exist. We were building a brand from the ground up, and I think I kind of had to kind of choose my own adventure in a way, and how do I make sure that I can prove the value of sponsorship to our marketing mix. And so that's been a journey I think we've taken here at Ally, and we're really starting to explode in the space right now. But kind of going back, I think you had asked, like, how did sports sort of shape your shape that journey? And I think even as from a leadership position, the way I think about our team is I think about it like a sports team. I just always kind of applied that mentality in every single thing that I've done. It's always been this sort of player coach or team mentality that we sort of approach every single day with. And as I think about the objectives that I have, which is of course elevating women and sponsoring women and making sure that our voices are heard and we're visible. You know, I have some very powerful women on our team that are running, you know, really big sports marketing platforms. And it makes me really proud, but I think it's a testament to what sports teaches you at a young age, and what it means to be a teammate and what it means to play as a team.
Yeah, I just want to add back to what Dana was saying, and just in terms of, and Bridget, what you were talking to in terms of, I think what we're all saying is persistence, you know, and these values we learn through sports and being a sports fan. I knew I wanted to get in the industry in college, and I had interned with Octagon and IMG, and I was like, I'm setting myself up to succeed after I graduate from college. And then sure enough, after college, I was looking for a job in the industry and could not get a job. And I ended up taking a position in media planning for a media agency. And so at the time I was thinking like, oh, this is a little bit of detour of what I wanted to do, but it ended up being one of the best experiences, because a lot of what I learned about the media industry and just marketing communications overall actually helped me get a job at IMG. IMG ended up hiring me because they're like, oh, you have a media background. So that to me was a lesson early on of be persistent if you want to continue to pursue working in the industry. And sometimes these detours or taking risks, you actually learn more about yourself, but learn more in general that will benefit you in the long run. And I think now in terms of my career, I think a lot of people think about their career in a linear fashion, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I think of you know, careers as a portfolio of work, and it doesn't need to be the next step. You know, it could be I'm actually gonna transition into a new industry to learn more about that. So that was a big moment for me, and that impacted me. And then I've spent most of my time on the agency side. But you know, in terms of sports being a male-dominated industry, I've always just kind of felt like, as a former athlete, I'm just going to put my head down and work my butt off, and that will pay off. I think I eventually learned to find my voice, and that it's not just about hard work, but to lean into, being authentic and finding my own voice and finding my way. That was another big lesson, I think, in my career.
I think there's a lot of lessons there. Go ahead. I think it's great for anyone listening, and even myself, just to hear, some great advice here as you work your way up. Great. So I'd love to just switch gears a little. I was reading this study that I thought was interesting, and I thought we could talk about. It was a recent study by USC and Purdue, and it found that while women make up 40% of women athletes, they only receive an average of 4 to 5% of media coverage on TV, online, and social media, which I found crazy. So are there any thoughts from you guys on how to change this lack of visibility?
You want me to start that one?
Yeah. Tough one. Go ahead.
I mean, there's no doubt that media plays a huge role in how we see sports and who and what we value in sports. And if female athletes are seen and respected, I mean, culture will naturally follow. I think we're kind of living it a little bit in a way. It's just starting to live it. And, we're seeing more women athletes and former athletes and celebrities becoming team owners. What's happened with women investors and founders, like with Angel City and Kansas City, and the Marlins have their first female GM in the MLB. And, we're seeing sideline coaches in Tampa Bay. Like it's awesome to see this is really starting to take shape, but representation matters. And I think, the more we see it, the more we will believe it, and the more culture will receive it and follow it. And so I think, one, we've got to keep investing. I think we've got to invest in women and women athlete-owned media and business. We've got to invest in developing women in sports media, because when women are creating the content, the conversation around sports changes. And we've got to continue to invest in professional women's sports league expansion, which I know was a big driver for us in our NWSL partnership. But I'd also say commitment to more consistent coverage of women's sports will help audiences be able to have the opportunity to anticipate or even understand the strategies and get to know the players and the teams, start to follow their storylines, build from those storylines from game to game. And I mean, that's the kind of content and that's the kind of emotional attachment that fan culture relies on. And so, I think it's more than just the coverage of a big game or a big tournament. I think that's what builds an audience, is having that consistency. So, I think lastly, I mean, just keep encouraging our young girls to play. And I think the more we can keep encouraging our youth, the more they will change and they will push to make change.
Yeah, and coming from more of the media side, I think there's, as Richard was saying, it's not only coverage of events, but there's storylines, right? And it's up to the media to cover those storylines, because each one of these teams, athletes, whoever it is, has a great story behind them, like every athlete does. And what we find is that, there's kind of a peak towards usually an Olympics or World Cup or something where everybody, and then how do we maintain that throughout the 4 years that are in between these big events? And it is a work in progress. I do think that right now we're living in incredible times. If you're looking at the domestic media rights deal in the UK that the Women's Super League just signed with Sky, which is one of the largest women's domestic league media rights contract ever. Right now, the WNBA with the Amazon. So I think we're in the process of there. We're still not where we need to be, but we're definitely better than where we were. And it's also up to us, and the women on this panel, is that we know how hard it is to get these games on TV, and sometimes it's up to the sponsors to just to sponsor, to bring in those revenue streams to those leagues, to those teams, so that they are able to buy the best player, pay the big contracts. It's all one big piece of the puzzle. So everyone has a role to play in it. I definitely think we're on the right track. We're getting there. Sometimes, as with every historical change, when you're in the process, it feels like it's moving too slow. But then if you're looking at it in hindsight, you're saying, wow, that happened pretty quickly. But I think that the data is out there. Look at 2019, the Women's World Cup. It had more ratings than anything. The final was one of the best viewerships in the US, more than the men's. So it's time to get everyone on board, you know, our male allies within the media industry and the women who are working in that media industry, to show that there are fans out there. There is a desire to watch these games. So how do we get them on TV on a regular basis and in prime time too, right? It's not only get them on a service that nobody's watching, but let's make these national games. So it's up to all the different stakeholders to kind of, you know, get it going. And I think we're in the right direction. We're getting there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did want to get to this. So given the events of the last few years, you know, obviously it's been a crazy year with the pandemic, but also, you know, Me Too, and all of that. It's never been a better time to support women's sports and amplify messages around equality. You know, I think March Madness this year was a seminal moment for collegiate sports. This year's tournament really brought to light that disparity in treatment between men's and women's basketball, something that Title IX and the NCAA are supposed to really be preventing. So thinking to the future, what changes do you guys hope to see?
Oh, I can take that. Sorry, my in-breath made it seem that I was talking, I think. I think what Dana just said was actually very eloquent. And I think for me, all of this intertwines, right? We all can vote with our viewership and our dollars and where we're paying attention to, you know, content and who we follow. I think all of that's critical. For me, what's happened over the last few years, it seems like it's made people a little bit more vulnerable, definitely open to talking about things a bit more. I think that willingness to talk about these difficult subjects is also coming from them being a little bit fed up of just having enough. And I'm seeing more people support one another too. So not just the people that are the trailblazers that might be willing to speak up, people are now able to support them and willing to support them too. And I think they're a little less afraid of what that backlash becomes or being different, which personally I feel really excited about. I think if people can continue to be working in these vulnerable spaces, the more women that we see in leadership, the more decisions are going to be made, the more thought processes are going to change around things. And hopefully it's a domino effect of just getting to a place of equality, because everything has started to line up. And I think when people see other people leading with that kind of integrity, then they feel empowered to do so too. And I'm hopeful that that's the case going forward. Progress will continue to be made.
Yeah, and I think in addition, you know, you brought up what happened with the NCAA, and I think this is something that had it happened 10 years ago, no one would have known about it. People who are working there, you know, we know that the facilities are different. We know that the treatment is different. But the fact that nowadays a college athlete can post it on her social media, and then nobody said, oh, that's how it should be treated, right? It's like she shed a light on something. And I think there was a consensus that this is wrong. And that's already step number one. So where we do see all these disadvantages and where the treatment is wrong, shed a light on it to make those changes. We can't, and I think this is something that I'm encouraged by, you know, sometimes social media is used for good. You can shed a light on that and make those changes, right? And it is, if you don't know about it, well, now you know about it. And so what are you going to do to make the change? And I think this is what's encouraging about these times is that we have those pictures. You can't argue with them. And so the change will have to come.
Yeah, I'll only add that I completely agree with Shauna and Dana. There's this we need to keep the commitment to change and to close that gap. And I think, you know, I'd like to see more female commissioners, more female coaches, more female referees. You know, that representation matters. Again, to the point where we get to a place where it's an afterthought, you know, that there's enough diversity in our industry. It's an afterthought. So, but there seems to be this wave, this momentum from brands, talent, players, organizations to really make an effort to make a real change in our industry. So that's been positive, but we've more to go.
I love, it's funny because you hear a lot of stories about, women athletes in particular. It's, they have to have a job, another job, right? They've got to have a hustle or whatever it is that they've got to do to make sure that they're making their ends meet. And I think to get to a point where, women athletes can retire and confidently and securely, I think that's all of these deeds, all these actions will get us there at some point. But, it's a really interesting insight to hear that.
Absolutely. Well, as you guys have been talking, questions have been coming in, so I'd love to get to some of those with the time we have left. So one is, what ways is your brand working to stand out in the eye of the consumer?
I'll start with that one. So Intel Sports, we're creating a volumetric video, which is new immersive experiences. And it's backed by Intel, which is more known for a tech company, but we really are looking at how to enhance the fan experience, how to really create this new tech, this new way of engaging with content, enjoying the content, showing you the new perspectives of the game. And so really, it is all about the storytelling and the fan experience, especially during, we saw during this year how important it is for the fans sitting at home to feel as if they're on the field. And so this is very much of the Intel TrueView belief, is that this is, the power of technology is what's going to change how we experience the games.
I agree, Dana. I think it's funny, going through 2020 and, having to pivot on a dime and shifting from an in-person experience to a completely virtual experience. I mean, the reality is, like, a lot of what we did was not for nothing. I mean, it's a lot of those virtual experiences, a lot of the new technology that we found to deliver more of an in-person fan experience. I mean, even in some of our properties, I mean, we worked, just an example outside of sports, but we worked with iHeartMedia, and we were able to bring, live concerts to people in their homes, or to healthcare workers that were in the hospitals, or to people getting better who were sick. And like, that kind of stuff isn't possible, all the time in person. And, it just helped us kind of bring that scale to a whole nother level. And so I do think, like, to your point, a lot of what we did from a pivot standpoint to pull more technology, to pull more, digital forward thinking ahead is going to stick. And I think it's going to continue to game change how we activate around our sports platforms.
And I think, Bridget, what you're saying just about tech and the past year, for us, we work to address a tension that consumers are feeling, and we want to make sure that our marketing needs are satisfying those tensions. So for the lack of having fans in arena, what we put on with the NBA was Michelob Ultra Courtside. So having those virtual fan boards with Microsoft technology where people would go in and you would actually feel like you were sitting courtside, like as a fan, but also the athletes, when they came back into the arena, they had fans present too. So for us, addressing that tension, making sure that fans have athletes and athletes have fans as well, but also at the same point for us to, stand out is these big media drivers that get a ton of attention. So, the past year of 2020 has been a dynamic, but has brought, immense learnings for us to figure out how to pivot and adapt and how to reach our consumers in different and engaging ways, and leaning more so into tech, I think, than really ever before.
Yeah, I would just add, same thing for Verizon. We've spent the last 2 years deploying 5G across a number of stadiums and arenas. And so the priority for us is innovating with our partners like the NFL, the NHL, NBA teams, to showcase the power of 5G and build different experiences for fans in these arenas through multi-view experiences or AR, to really prove out, why does 5G matter, and as that's the next game-changing innovation, but why does that matter to a sports fan? So that's been our main focus from a sponsorship standpoint.
Great. So then another question, how are your companies empowering young people, particularly women, to enter and play sports, be professional athletes, or be leaders in sports and sports marketing?
We're doing a lot in the equality space. I would have to say we do less in sport specifically because we just don't have a lot of sport properties. We are working with Major League Soccer on a huge initiative around their academy program and making that much more inclusive on how they're recruiting into those academy programs. We're hopeful that MLS Next is going to have girls programming soon, which is something that we're really excited about. We work a lot in the culinary space and in film, where women are tremendously underrepresented also, to give opportunities in sponsorships and mentorships, job placements. So it's a really hot topic for us, actually, and something that we've been working on for about the last 5 years. And it's really, really fulfilling to see the progress that is being made in those. And as a big brand, we have the ability to showcase their stories and leverage the power and the reach that we have to help move all of that forward and just progress diversity and inclusion holistically in every industry is what we're trying to do.
For at Anheuser-Busch, we actually it's vice versa for us. So we have a partnership with the NWSL, obviously, and we have an internship program that takes place for them every year. So it's a handful of athletes that are on the brink of retiring. Bridget, to your point, like what is going to happen to these athletes after they retire? Well, they'll do a rotational program in our marketing department to see of different business areas that they could get into in marketing when they retire. And that's an annual program that we run, and the athletes have great visibility. You know, it's kind of like a star-studded appeal when they're on the floor with us, but they have great visibility into just learning the different verticals that we have as part of our business, and to plan for, you know, when they eventually have to hang up their cleats, getting into the business world, what that looks like. And an easy enough transition for them is to get into sports marketing, which is why we have the program that we have.
Great. What are some of the challenges you faced as women in sports media? Not sure anyone.
I'll take that one. I think so. I started out as a sports reporter producer, and spending time in various locker rooms has its own challenges in terms of just being taken seriously. You do need to overcome that. And I found the way to do it is just you have to stay as professional as you can and prove yourself. And once you do that, I found that, you know, after the initial response to what are you doing in this locker room, and then you ask a good question, they know that you know what you're talking about. And then the next time they're not going to ask that question because they know that. So that was, I think, the initial challenge, you know, and coming out of college, it wasn't easy, but I think we talked about it before, just keep going. And in some form or other, I think it's come across in various rooms, in various settings. Sometimes this, especially the sports media, is still traditional in some ways, but those are the main challenges. It's just, you know, how do you get taken seriously? And the way to answer that is just be as professional as you can. And once that initial shock and awe is over, you will be taken seriously.
Like it. I think we have time for one more. So there's been a lot, but I'll choose. How do you guys approach emerging media channels, and how do they factor into your overall strategy?
We've, in Major League Soccer, we've actually started to talk to some new media channels and players in the industry. We've created our own content series and kind of gone to an RFP with all of these media channels to see where is the best place for us to make our mark. So I think it's a little bit of trial and error, but just being open to taking some of those risks, but also knowing from a research perspective, where are people tuning in, how are they leveraging it, and knowing the best way that you can approach it. It's also a lot of test and learn as we do approach these things, and seeing how we can leverage them to the best of our ability. But it's been a lot of just risk and finding ways that we can be really innovative and progressive in the space.
Yeah, I mean, I would say too, like for as we think about like how do we kind of get out of the sea of sameness, right? With some of the traditional channels is how can we take a lot of the alignments that we have, the ambassadors that we have, the influencers that we have, and cross collaborate, right? Create unique dynamics with each other, and it kind of opens up this whole new world of storytelling. And so we've been leveraging strategies like that, not only in sports marketing, but for brand marketing as well. And then, I would say too, like the content is booming right now. I mean, everybody is they're craving content. And I think as we start to think about where do we invest in and how do we leverage storytelling and content too, it kind of goes back to my earlier point of thinking about how are we investing in women-owned content platforms? How are we investing in minority-owned content platforms and making sure that we're telling stories that are tailored to that audience through our athletes or through our sponsorships or through our platforms and partners, and those possibilities start to open up, whole new audiences that we like to call casual fans that maybe wouldn't necessarily be captured in that target pool that we originally aligned on. So just some other disruptive ways that we're starting to think about how do we leverage the alignments we have.
Great. Well, this was great. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Stacey.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in. I mean, again, Shauna, Dana, Bridget, Carrie, Marissa, for sharing with us and with our community, Stacey, for leading this discussion. I mean, not just about the work that you've been leading, but about your career journeys and the lessons that you've learned and your insights into how we can kind of continue to push things forward. Really appreciate having you all here, and we hope to have you back again soon.
Thanks, David.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, of course. And we have one final session today, so we're going to bring on our last speakers in just a minute. We have Kevin here. So Kevin Strunk is the Senior Manager for Marketing for FIFA at EA Electronic Arts, EA Sports. And we have Adam Bauer, the Head of Partnerships and Business Development at FaZe Clan. So welcome, Adam and Kevin. I think we've got a fun story here, just from a brand innovators perspective. So Kevin, you were at Flipboard a few years ago, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you met Andrea Hopelin at one of our events, who then hired you and you joined EA. So I when she told me that, we reached out to Andrea. She's like, I got just the guy for you for this event. You might know him because I know him through Brand Innovators. So it just was a nice full circle, I thought, and a great story. So we're thrilled to have you back again, Kevin. Adam, welcome. We're going to talk more. Again, we've covered a lot of MLS and National Women's Soccer League. Now we can talk about EA Sports. We could talk about FIFA and what you guys are doing. So Adam, Kevin, I turn it over to you to close out our day today.
Awesome. Thanks, David. Kevin, you ready to do this, man?
Yeah. Thanks for having me. Really, really excited to be here.
Yeah. Well, excited. I think this is going to be a really fun topic to cover off on today. I think everybody will really enjoy this. For those of you who don't know me out there, I run partnerships and business development at FaZe Clan, which is the world's largest gaming lifestyle brand. I think this is going to be really fun to talk and dig into more about, gaming entertainment, the future of gaming, and kind of how soccer and FIFA are really paving the way, for one of the most exciting pieces of IP in the space by far. So just to kind of jump into it, Kevin, let's just start with some background on you. How did you, navigate your way to EA?
Yeah, so I've been at EA for about 1.5 years now. Moved to Vancouver in Canada from New York at the very start of the pandemic, like literally 2 days before everything locked down. So I've never actually physically worked with any of my colleagues before, which has been really interesting and awful at times. But no, it's been great. Before EA, I was in New York for 7 years. I worked at Flipboard as David just mentioned, but also worked in a variety of different marketing roles, at brands, at agencies, and for some of the world's leading brands like Nike and Converse and American Express. On the personal side of things, I'm a massive soccer fan. Have played my entire life, played in college, had a comically short professional career. And we can talk about that later. But how I kind of got to EA from there is I learned that EA was, and specifically FIFA, was looking to grow the FIFA brand in North America. And so it was pretty much a no-brainer for me to really marry this, my passion, of soccer, and marry that with my profession. So it's been a great ride so far, and just extremely grateful to be doing what I'm doing.
That's awesome. I feel you on the starting a job in the middle of the pandemic. I did the same, and what's even weirder is meeting people in real life. Like, them through the box, and then when you meet them in real life, you're like, you're that tall, or you're that short. It's hilarious. So let's kind of maybe take a look back, and then we'll kind of talk about where we're at, and then we'll look into the future. So we'll start with kind of last year. So 2020 will go down as the greatest marketing challenge maybe in the history of our time. What was the biggest challenge for you guys last year? I mean, obviously you're starting a new job, number one. But then, just everything that's going on in the world last year, how do you guys navigate that?
Yeah, this one's a tough one for me, I guess, or for us, or an interesting one, because, for what was a really challenging year for most brands and people and society as a whole, for EA and for gaming, for digital entertainment, whatever it is, it was a record-breaking year. Yeah. So it's quite the conundrum there between that personal and professional piece. But I think for us, at a time when society and people, friends, family, we're forced to be apart, what we saw was people were using games to come together, to use as a platform to connect, as a way to take those, physical interactions and enable them to happen, but in this sort of digital world. So, and maybe I think our challenge was a bit different from others. But I think one that was really tough for us was the disruption of real world sports. I think that was probably a massive challenge for us, because so much of what we do is in our product, in our live service product, is rooted in real world soccer. And when that went away, it was kind of okay, what are we doing now? What can we do about this? If our product really mimics this physical experience, what do we do when that goes away? So, and now, as I said, our product is essentially this digital version of real world soccer. And so we said to ourselves, okay, let's use that, right? Let's use our product to bring together the soccer community, bring together all of these fans so they can experience the thrill that they get from the sport, the feelings, the emotions that they get from it, or at least something close to that, and kind of use our product as a way to do that. So I think I'll give you one example of that. We put together, created this through our partnership with MLS, created this tournament called the EMLS Tournament Special. And it was this month-long tournament featuring, various MLS clubs and players from the league. And they were playing against each other, as they would in real life, but on FIFA. And it was this really interesting moment where our product became sport, became the sports, and it gave people a reason to pay attention. And it was something that was hugely successful for us, and something we were super proud of.
Awesome. Yeah. I think one thing for people who don't know the space very well, I mean, 2020 is going to go down as the year that, gaming had its watershed moment in pop culture and mainstream culture, and really it crossing over from the idea of esports and gaming being really part of, the water cooler conversation where kids hang out with each other. I think that's something that's really interesting, is that's where kids and even adults are connecting, virtually nowadays. And that's been going on for years, and 2020 just accelerated all of that. Now, one thing I want to ask you about is, your role there, North America facing, obviously, you have a product that 100 million people around the world play. Soccer is a global sport, so most of the time it's how do we go global? You have faced the inverse of that. So from a, how do you grow FIFA and kind of in your current role? What are some of the things, like the challenges and things you're thinking about right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the billion-dollar question. It's why I was hired, I think, too. It was a realization from the business that, of course, soccer is the world's game, and it's, FIFA is the largest sports video game in the world. But I was brought on to help grow our brand in North America and unlock the growth in North America. And it's because of the growth of the sport here, and not just from a fandom perspective, but an engagement perspective too. There's this groundswelling of support that's forming in the States, and in Canada too, but we think of it largely in the United States. This movement is happening. We're at the very beginning of this soccer movement, and it's such an exciting time to be in the space. And to kind of be a part of that, to work within that, to align our product with that, to elevate it. That's just such an incredible opportunity for us, because, when we think about the success of our products, it kind of goes hand in hand with the success of the sport. So if soccer grows in North America, FIFA should grow too. And I think, we think less about like selling our product sometimes, and more about, okay, how do we grow the love of the sport of soccer in America? Because we should also see the benefit of that too when it comes to our business.
Yeah, you guys have done some amazing celebrity partnerships. We obviously have a relationship between FaZe and EA. I'll move my head for a second. We did a really cool in-game integration into FIFA, where we created a kit in-game, and then we ended up selling that in real life as well. So you guys have been, I think, to your point earlier, you had to pivot last year because real world soccer wasn't taking place. You did a tournament. What are some of the other things that have been working for you in that capacity?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke about kind of the emergence of the sport and the growth of that. And I think for us, one area that we've seen a lot of success with is through our athlete partnerships and kind of our player partnerships. And in particular with this emerging generation of American male soccer players. You think of players like a Christian Pulisic, Weston McKennie, Gio Reyna, people like that. There is this, like I said, this new generation of talent who are playing for the world's best clubs, who are playing in the best teams in the entire world. And, that's something that has never happened before. And it's such an exciting time to be a fan of the sport, because it feels like new, you feel like something's happening. And we want to tap into that, right? We want to promote that. We want to tell stories about that. And fans enjoy that sort of work. Fans enjoy that sort of content, or whatever it may be. And we want to continue to elevate that.
Does the US stand a chance in the next World Cup?
Hell yeah. Well, I guess we got to get there first. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. But no, I think I'm super, super excited for the future of the sport here, not just at the national team level, but down to youth, down to the women's football and things like that.
Yeah, and on that subject of the future, you talked a lot about some of the things that are going to be important for you guys to achieve long-term success. What are thinking about emerging trends for a second? This is Brand Innovators. We're a community of marketers here. What are things in the space right now, whether it be gaming, we have NFTs, we have AR, VR? What are things that you're really excited about in the marketing media landscape?
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, I guess it may be less of like a technology, but I guess it would be very, very unique to gaming. But I'm personally obsessed with this idea of like blurring and blending experiences between like digital and physical, like between our products and the real world. and in game and in your real life, and sort of playing with that and toying with that and making you question, like, is this real life or is this in game? Because, you know, our product is become so advanced visually that, like, you can, you know, people I'll be playing, and my mom or my dad will be like, oh, what game are you watching? I'll be like, no, I'm playing FIFA, because it looks so much like the real thing. So and I think a really good example of this is the partnership we actually did with you guys, with FaZe. And so as you mentioned, you can see the kit there. You know, we developed, you know, in partnership with FaZe, this bespoke soccer kit, and then dropped that in FIFA for all of our players to use for free. And it's been, you know, one of the most successful kits in the game. But and then the fact that you guys then took that a step further, right, and then produced the exact same kit in real life and made it available for people to purchase. And the kit sold out in, like, you know, one day, you know, something absurd like that. So I just love this example, because people, you know, we're taking something from our game and bringing it to life in the real world, and vice versa, right, from the real world into our game. And I think that's such an exciting space to be in, because it makes us think, like, okay, like, what is our product actually? Or like, is our product our brand, or is our brand our product? And I think historically we've thought about, like, product as our brand. You know, we create this video game, you know, that people buy, and, you know, that's it. But I think there's an inherent risk to sort of that sort of relationship with your customer, right? It becomes very transactional, becomes, you know, depthless, lacks connection. So what we're learning is that there are these new ways for people, for players to experience the FIFA brand, you know, outside of just picking up your controller and playing the game. And I think that's super, super exciting for us as a brand, and as we look to the future.
Yeah, the metaverse is such an interesting thing that's developing quickly. And, you know, I completely agree wholeheartedly. I think, you know, the eye-opening experience for me here thus far has just been that the communication in game that happens with people all over the world. You hear these stories about people who they only know each other by playing together. And then when they meet up in real life, it's this experience that's amazing, because the connection formed in game. So that's really exciting to hear about. Now, I want to switch topics for a quick second, talk about diversity and inclusion. One of probably the most important issues of our generation, and something that, you know, we will be remembered by how we address this. You know, can you tell me a little bit about how you guys are thinking about this, how you're, you know, and the actions that you guys are taking in the space?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's obviously massively critical. I think over time, FIFA has increasingly positioned itself and our brand as the world's game, you know, and that's partly because soccer is the world's game. You know, we're not just catering to a single audience in the US. You know, we are the biggest sports video game in the world, so we have to satisfy and service, you know, players from everywhere, every part of the world, and that becomes a big challenge. But it also, it comes with a massive responsibility, you know, and a responsibility to not only take up global issues that impact our player base, but to you know, we have a responsibility as a platform. You know, the platform that we have, the millions and millions of players that make up our community. You know, we have a responsibility to use that as this tool to take action, right, and to advance positive change. To be a place for people to have conversations and things like that. So these diversity and inclusion initiatives that we do, you know, not just on FIFA, but in EA Sports and all of the other games at Electronic Arts, you know, will continue to be a huge priority for us in our marketing, you know, in our products, and in our teams, in our company. You know, and we've got a ton of work to do. I think that's the main thing. It's like we may be just scratching the surface with some of the things that we're doing, but we're not even close to where we need to be. And I think that's an exciting, you know, opportunity for us, you know, as we look to the future for not just FIFA, but for Electronic Arts.
Yeah, I think whether you're a publisher, you're a platform, you're a console, you're an organization like us, like, we all collectively have that responsibility. And I think we have a lot of work to do, but it's exciting to see the initial progress that's being made. So, hopefully more great news to come, and not on a yearly, but a daily basis. So, just a couple more questions, and then we'll switch to Q&A here. So, you talked about this in the beginning. So it's kind of amazing that you used to play professional soccer and now you work at EA. I mean, that's essentially the dream job.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And I'm insanely lucky and grateful for the opportunity that I've had. Yeah, I'm mad about soccer, and both not as just a fan, but as a player too. And I've been playing FIFA since I was a kid. So I think it's yes, it's incredible to sort of marry a passion with your profession, but at the same time, I'm also a player. Like I'm also a customer of FIFA. And I think what that does is it gives you a unique perspective on the product and how your audience, how the audience that I'm marketing the product to perceives it. Right. So I'm obsessed with soccer, and it's all I consume every single day. So like I know my audience because I am that audience.
Yeah.
And I think like having that perspective as a marketer is it requires a ton of work. Like for me, it's natural, it's organic, which is which is I think incredible, but also pretty rare. But it's super, super important to have that perspective of your audience and who you're selling or marketing your product to, and how it will be perceived. Because if you do that, if you understand them better, the greater resonance that your messaging, your marketing is going to have. But I think, separate from that piece, I think just to be, a lot of people on this call too who are working in soccer, I think right now to be able to work in this space and in this, this environment is, it's just so exciting. And we are truly, I firmly believe this, at the very beginning of what will be this cultural phenomenon and massive cultural movements, as we get into the World Cup of 2022, but more importantly in 2026. And to be a part of that, to kind of help grow the love of sport, to align our products and brands with that is so exciting. And I can't wait.
I love it. Clearly what you're doing is working. You guys beat earnings in Q1. Congratulations there. And excited to see everything you're going to do. And obviously we have to go to the World Cup. So last thing for you on that note, what are you most excited to do when reality fully returns? We're almost there. I'm getting there. But what's the one thing you're most looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the borders opening so I can go home and see my family for the first time in over a year. So that's number one on my list. But number two is honestly just watching a live soccer match in a stadium again with fans. I think there's nothing quite like that sort of match day experience, and the growth of that. I think in America too. To see some of the incredible experiences that we have in NWSL or in MLS and USL, whatever it may be. I just want to go back to that. I want to be back in that stadium, to be back around people who are passionate about something that I'm passionate about too. It's just a feeling like no other for me. So that's probably my close number two after seeing my family.
Awesome. I love it. Well, this has been amazing. We're going to switch to Q&A and address some of the questions for the audience. Just feel free to fire away any questions you have in the chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. So first up is from Zach. How do you cater to the unique interests, needs, and desires of female gamers? We see an expansion of women's teams in game for male and female gamers to use, or will we see an expansion of women's teams within games?
Yeah, definitely. And to answer the second part, yes, there will be an expansion of that. It will be coming in the next few years here, so you can definitely count on that. But yeah, I think it's not a challenge. Like, it's more of an opportunity, because I think we see in our own product a large and overwhelmingly male sort of presence in our product, and I think it's largely due to this perception that only males can play video games or males can play FIFA. And I think, again, going back to FIFA being the world's game, our product, a platform being the world's game, like we have a responsibility to say like, no, that's not correct. Like soccer is for everyone, regardless of where you're from, the color of your skin, if you're male or female, whatever it is. And it's our responsibility to push that forward. And you will continue to see us do that, continues to see us invest in those areas, to elevate female gamers more, to break that stigma, I think, and to to really create a more welcoming environment for everyone.
Yeah. And on the org side for us, same thing. We, many of the organizations, but us in particular, like it's a huge focal point for us moving forward is, to elevate and promote, female gamers and female, creators in the space. You have the Valkyries of the world. We need more of those. And they're definitely coming. So another question for you here is obviously we've entered next gen gaming experiences with PS5 and Xbox. What does that mean for FIFA moving forward?
Yeah, I think it means innovation, really. Like it's Gen 5 has really enabled us to create the games and experiences I think that our developers have always wanted to create. And I think what you'll see from our product is, especially with FIFA 22 coming next year, it will be the most innovative FIFA ever. And I think, that is enabled by the Gen 5, gameplay and game consoles. So it's a super exciting time for the industry. And, it's the implications on our product will only, service the needs and wants of our players, even more than we could in the past. We're insanely excited about it.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all we have today in terms of questions. If there isn't anything else, this has been awesome, man. It's been great talking to you. This is one of the most exciting ones I've done, and I definitely appreciate the time.
Cool. Yeah, I appreciate you having us. And yeah, if anybody has any other questions, just hit me on the side.
This was awesome, guys. Sorry, I just got a call from our team, and everybody's raving about how today went. I'm like, I gotta go. We're ending the program. This was fantastic. I'm more of a Madden guy than a FIFA, but like you're convincing me. I think I'm gonna have to go grab it for the PS5 right now. But no, Kevin, this was fantastic. Adam, awesome, and thank you for wrapping our program on such an amazing note. I love it. We'll have you guys back again soon.
Cool.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thank you to everybody here on Zoom, streaming on YouTube. We're thrilled to have you with us today. Keep an eye out. We've got next month, our 10th anniversary, June 8th through 10th. We're going to have a C-Suite and Marketing Leadership Summit in lieu of our annual residency, in Cannes. And that's at the end of the month. And we hope to see you at all of our live casts and roundtables between now and then and beyond. So have a wonderful weekend, everyone.